Thank you. Thank you. うん。 Oh, sounds good. Oh, cool. I thought you were like, oh, I thought you were like me, or it's 2 minutes of pre-stream.
Now people can, yeah, hello everyone. We're
Hello.
we're in pre-stream right now.
Two
But
things, Fred. One, last night
Oh.
I saw 4 owls
Oh.
at once in my backyard. Seemed to be a family hunting together.
oh,
Two, I remember being allowed to do
Oh.
a report on the point and click game of in high school. I never finished the game, lol.
I have not finished the game myself either. Maybe that's something we should do at some point after we read this. Usually I wait for about 10 minutes, allow people to
I have a
file in,
mouth and
but
ice cream. Soft serve ice cream. Tiola.
I wanted
Oh,
to
you-
thank all of the Netherlings in today. I'm seeing quite a few new faces. Of course, I have to have my chat, my owlets, give you the sniff check. Make sure
of
that
course.
you're showered. Yep.
More than
Can't have
happy, more
any-
than happy for my Netherlings to undergo that.
Can't have any musky huskies in chat. I'm gonna level with you. I originally wanted to have like the new chatter where it's the American Psycho walk, right?
Oh, yes, I know the American Psycho walk.
Yeah. But then I was searching for it in Better TTV and I found Sniff the New Chatter, and I was like, okay, now that I like that better.
Sniff the new chatter. Well,
I like
don't
it.
worry, I'm sure the Netherlings will pass the sniff test. They are infamous grass touchers.
Ah, good. And hello, Mom. Actual Mom. My mom hangs out in my stream for the first little
What?
bit, by the way. Yeah, the VIP in chat, that's my mom.
Oh, hi, Fredrik, Mom.
My chat calls her the Fred Dev.
The Fred Dev. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Fred Dev.
like they say Dev in chat.
Oh.
She developed me.
Of course, I was just thinking, obviously went through the development cycle, iterations, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job,
I
good
was-
job. I'm a fan of the final product.
I was a prototype in many ways.
Oh.
Parents always figuring it out. I'm the older sibling.
Oh, you were actually the prototype.
Yeah.
Well, you know how it is. The older sibling's the one they get to make all the mistakes on.
Yeah. This bothers me, but I feel like there was a trend in like the 90s where the prototype of something was always like the souped up version instead of the final
hear
product.
that.
You remember that?
I remember it was a thing. Obviously, the 90s, I was only just arriving in the mortal world, sort of towards the end
Right.
of that. But I remember in the 90s, it was always that the prototyped version was like the better version.
Right.
And that what would happen was when it went to market, it would be that they took off all of the extra features that were in the prototype to make it more, I don't want to say streamlined, but more, I guess, consumerable, to
Right.
reduce the overhead for consumers.
Well, this is I feel like that happened, and then like narratives started using that. The first thing I go to is Sonic. Remember, Shadow was like, or Shadow I think was the prototype, but he's like the better one.
Yeah.
That always seemed to be the implication, and that trope was always peculiar to me.
I mean, I'm a diehard Shadow the Hedgehog fanboy, so
I wouldn't
He
have
is
been
the
able
better
to
one.
guess based on your visual stylings.
I mean, he is the ultimate life form.
He is. Damn, not here.
Yeah, he had. Did you ever play Shadow the Hedgehog, the video
Oh,
game?
Yes,
During
I did.
the
Oh god, I did.
how they got that game on the shelves for children, I have no idea.
I don't know.
There were some iconic quotes in that game. I never thought I'd need to hear Shadow the Hedgehog or just a hedgehog in a children's game go, die, die, die.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because that game definitely felt like a prototype. Oh, that game was
Where is the
not
damn
finished.
fourth Chaos
It
Emerald?
was very janky, but in all fairness, right?
Yeah.
Even though it was janky, it did have one of the earliest instances of like large spread multiple choice systems with a branching narrative.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like, it kind of fathered that sort of generation of multiple choice branching narrative video games, which, as a game developed for children off of a spin off character, had no
Red
right to be
doesn't
that
have
good.
grab sex. He is
Right.
rat sex.
My chat is slandering me to all of the lovely Netherlings. Like, oh, your Netherlings have been so sweet, and my chat is like cursing at me.
Yeah, I have to admit, the Netherlings are the comfy cult. They're very
Oh, they're
cozy.
I
It's all about being cozy.
I tease, but my outlets are very sweet. They
Aw.
they are brats. They are absolute brats. Like this little owlet here is capable of
Like
eating
streamer, like
so
chat.
much. Yeah, they eat so much mulch. They're all mulch maxing.
Oh, I will have to say the little owlet on your shoulder is adorable. I mentioned it earlier, but it's adorable.
I set it up in just the right way so I can nuzzle him.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah. Zander was showing off his netherling on his shoulder, and I'm like, oh yeah, I need to, like, as I was setting up, I need to get Mochi set up.
Hello, Zander.
I had to
I'm
bring a
Mochi.
little Netherling
I
along
did
with me.
nothing
I have
wrong.
to. I take him wherever I go.
This is my hive. There are many like it, but this one is mine. The Twink 2.
Hikari, silence.
Oh.
They read Hikari. So
I want to
anytime
thump
someone,
in the dryer, father.
oh my god. Anytime someone cheers 300 bits or more or resubs, their message gets read aloud by Mochi because Mochi is kind of like the Executrix, like the voice of the Executrix in the old like Dune Emperor Battle for Dune game, or like I'm trying to think. Like the voice for the Thorian or the mouth of Sauron. Hey.
The Thorian, that was a throwback.
Yeah, right? You remember the Thorian?
I remember the
Heart of the
Thorian.
colony.
Strangely, I was actually talking about Mass Effect like an hour ago.
Oh, really?
Yes, I was playing a game and one of the voice actors in it, I think either sounded like or was the voice of either Rex or Grunt.
Oh.
And I've just heard it and I flipped out so much.
It's very funny how like my first run-in with the voice actor for Captain Anderson was Captain Anderson. And then he starts showing up everywhere as the Arbiter.
Everywhere.
Yeah. He has a lot of versatility.
He does.
He's
got one of those voices where he slots perfectly into almost any role.
Yes. He's on Rick and Morty as the president.
The president, yeah. I remember I heard him in Rick and Morty for the first time, and my first thought was, I'm so glad Admiral Anderson took his career into a political direction. I'm so glad that he got something out of that whole Reaper invasion thing. Someone needed to.
Yeah, right? Yeah, Keith David, there you go. The one line that I always come back to from him was when he was when he was the Arbiter in Halo 2. One of my favorite villain, it's not really a monologue, but villain moments is the Grave Mind. I love the Grave Mind. But that's just because I really love villain, like good, intelligent villains. And the Grave Mind speaks in verse, and I love it.
Oh, I love a villain that speaks in verse or has some sort of, I want to say, like pretty speech quirk. I think a good example is like Zero from Borderlands. I would say how everything he says is a haiku.
Oh, that's cool.
Right?
See, I never got into Borderlands, but like I know that there's so many little things about that game they're just great. No, I remember much of the Grave. Like I've watched it enough that I remember. Right, his opening is I am a monument to all your sins. Then
That is just that's an iconic quote.
It is the one like the next line he delivers is, this one is machine and nerve and has its mind concluded. This one is but flesh and faith and is the more deluded. Right? He speaks in iams. He speaks in iams and rhymes. It's awesome.
That's so cool. That's very cool. That is very cool.
It's so good. He speaks frequently in an ABCB rhyming structure and in iams, and it's like that's such a good. It's such a good way to sort of elevate a villain, in my opinion.
Rhyming couplets are the death of me. It hits me right in my Shakespeare lover.
Shakespeare is. I mean, obviously, it's so weird reading Shakespeare. Every time I read Shakespeare, I get the feeling of FOMO because his writing is so good, but it's written in an antiquated English dialect.
Oh.
That's the problem. Is like Shakespeare is great, but a lot of his wordplay doesn't translate well to modern English. It's frustrating because like there's genius in there, and I can't know it without intense study.
I think a lot of it as well is like acclimatizing yourself to the language because it has its own vernacular within the work. Which
it's true.
Even within sort of 1400 sort of language, sort of that period, Shakespearean work also kind of leaned on its own vernacular and its own sort of rules with language, which was kind of interesting. But at the same time as well, I also played Hamlet, so I'm very biased.
See, that's so funny. You played Hamlet. I ended up playing all of the I grew up doing Shakespeare. I played Bottom in A Midsummer Night's Dream. I played Dogberry in Much Ado About Nothing. I always played the comedic relief characters.
Okay, I appreciate that. Bottom I didn't play Bottom, but I played one of the chorus of Pixies in A Midsummer Night's Dream alongside Puck.
Oh, nice. Oh,
so there was a
so
little bit of
fun.
interaction there. Puck is such a good character. I adore Puck, but then again, I've always had such a love of Shakespeare.
There are such beautiful moments. I would say that like Shakespeare's plays were really made for the stage, and it's hard to appreciate them just reading them. But when you're reading them, like when I read Shakespeare, I tend to like not enjoy the entire play all at once because you need that on a stage. But there are moments in it that really like resonate. The like Puck's monologue, Puck's soliloquy. No, it's not a soliloquy. It's soliloquy because it's to the audience. It's breaking the fourth wall, right? If we spirits have offended, think but this, and all is mended. That you have but slumbered here whilst these visions did appear, and this weak and idle theme no more yielding but a dream. Right? Like, that is so good. It's so comfy. It's such a great way to wrap up, like, a very silly story.
It is. I like how a lot of the time, because obviously, it's comedies and tragedies and all of that. I really, Much Ado About Nothing is one of my absolute favorites, and The Tempest, of course. I was actually fortunate enough that I want to say about a decade ago, I was fortunate enough to get to attend the World Shakespeare Festival. And one of the interesting things was when you have a festival where the budget is sunk into staging and production for these classic theater shows, you get something really insane. Like how in The Tempest, they actually had taken part of the stage and carved it away and replaced it with water with like a wave machine inside to look like the sea, and they turned part of the stage into an actual beach.
That's so good. Oh,
Right?
that's so cool. Oh, that's
They'd made a mini beach inside, and they'd had plexiglass on the audience side, so the water was actually facing the audience side, and you could actually
Oh.
see the water underneath the stage and the waves lapping against the shore, and even scenes where characters ended up in the water. There was a scene where during the initial everyone washes up on the island,
Right.
the cast entered the stage from underneath through the water, which was controlled, which you could see through on the plexiglass, and watched up on the beach in a
That's
visible
so
way.
cool. That's so
It's so
cool.
Right?
I think staging like that goes a long way, especially in the beginning stages, to encourage viewer buy-in, right? Audience buy-in. It helps suspend disbelief right at the beginning. And then from that point, the actors can take it away. Like, and then it's the actor's ability and the script that draws you in.
Exactly. Like the staging just makes the actor's job easier.
Yes.
Can't believe it's been a year.
But it's also a whole thing where if the staging and the production is really good, an actor that isn't quite as good really stands out.
Right, yeah. They have to be able to use it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Miss Major, today Zander and I are going to be reading I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream.
Tee-hee.
There, yeah, Zander told me that he had not read this story yet. I'm fiddling, by the way, with an adapter, and I have it up to my chest like a chipmunk as I twirl it around in glee because I get to introduce you to this story. Everyone knows it
Ooh.
for the game, but the story is where it began, and boy, it's intense.
I must warn you, I get very invested.
Good. I think there are a few moments where Am, the villain of this story, gets to speak, and I think that I would like you to read those moments.
Oh, are you saying I'm a villain, Fredrik?
Oh, just a little.
Just a little?
Mm-hmm. You're certainly a thief the way you stole my heart away.
Oh, Fredrik, you absolute cad. Guilty as charged.
We were noticing that as we stand like this, just like this, we can do a little bit of this action.
Yes.
I
Oh, that's such a photo moment.
I
Let's have
know,
a photo
right?
moment.
I must level with all of you. Zander and I have been hanging out off stream a lot. There was I don't know.
Go for it.
We met each other after a big stream that Mary did, or during one, and then we just started chatting. No, we played Helldivers together.
Yeah,
Duh,
the story of how we
played
met is actually
Helldivers.
quite interesting.
It is. We started chatting.
It's very chance. It's very chance based.
Mm-hmm. We met playing Helldivers with Mary, and then we just ended up chatting and playing a little more Helldivers off stream a few times, and we very quickly hit it off, and we just started chatting.
I mean, I would dare say we hit it off from the actual first conversation we ever had.
It was
Because
immediate.
there was some pizzazz there. For those who don't know, and for a very quick recounting, Mary needed a fourth to fill in a Helldivers squad one evening. I happened to be online. I hopped in. Fredrik was already there. And before we'd been in the same room as each other 5 minutes, we were quoting 16th, 17th century Italian theater at one another.
We were talking. We were talking about commedia dell'arte.
Yeah.
We were making jokes based on commedia dell'arte, which is a very specific little bit of history of theater history.
It's a tiny little snippet of theatre, and we were talking about the specific roles within there, whether it's the hag or Zanny or or the guardsman, or just the regular archetypes. And yeah, we bonded from there, and it turned into a near weekly hangout.
Oh yeah, and yeah, it there was a moment where I said, well, of course I want to stream with you eventually, but then I hesitated because, oh, what if like streaming together, I don't know, what if that changes something? What if we do?
No, we did have that conversation.
We did,
like,
yeah.
Transparency's sake, we did actually have to go, well, we want to stream with each other.
But
we're also really good friends right now, and we don't want it to
Right.
change the dynamic.
Exactly.
So we held off streaming together for like quite a bit.
Yeah.
I'd say like a couple of months, 2 months.
We've been hanging out
almost
for
3.
like 2 or 3 months now. I've lost track.
Like I think it's about 3 months we've been like hanging out regularly-ish.
Yeah.
At least since we first met, and we've been
Yeah,
holding off streaming together for quite a long time because we didn't want to change like the dynamic.
Yeah, getting to hang out with Zander as we were was more important to me than streaming together. And so I wanted to make absolutely sure, right? Like, is this going to change anything? And I don't think so. I think we're
No.
pretty safe, especially given the fact that we're also just nerding out on stream.
It's pretty much what we do in private, except there are people able
yeah.
to sit and watch us.
Yeah, this is I'm going to level with all of you. This is very close to what it's like when we're just hanging out in private.
In private, we just nerd out about things.
This is pretty raw.
Literally, we pretty much just nerd out about certain topics, dive down random things in deep dives.
Yeah, interspersed
usually-
with strategizing in Stellaris.
Yeah, Stellaris with a glass of wine.
Yeah, no, we did that. It's the modern equivalent of sipping a glass of wine over a game of chess next to
really
the
is. I mean,
fireplace in big comfy chairs in the
Fredrik
study.
also gets me into new video games, which is definitely a thing. Because
It just happened.
well, you got me into Total War Warhammer 3 now.
Mm-hmm.
So
You
I'm
bet.
now we're doing that at some point in the future, and you're so good at just leaning into getting me to try new games, and I'm like, okay,
Well, I'm here to coach you. I'm here to help.
of course.
Zander was struggling with a particular battle, and I'm like, okay, I bet I know how I can help with this. There's some
Fredrik
mechanics.
Senpai.
Mm-hmm.
Fredrik Senpai.
I may have also helped facilitate this a little bit. With look, they were on
A
sale.
little?
They were
A
on
little?
sale. They were on sale.
You bought? You gifted?
just a little bit. Like just some of it. It's like half off, 75% off, right? I don't know.
Right, it's like Fredrik was pretty much my sugar daddy, and he was like, pick an army. Pick an army you like.
I did. I sat down, I shared my screen, and we perused, and I'm like, what jumps out to you?
Fredrik's like, tell Owl Daddy what you need.
There are a couple of things that I want to do before we actually get to the story. One is I want to thank everyone who is supporting these peculiar little streams. Hey, Toontoosh, thank you for the 12 months, a full year. We have a few new people coming in too.
Ooh.
Some of your viewers, I think, who hang out on YouTube, who have Amazon Prime using their Prime sub, like Lunariel. Glasses time apparently. Thank you for the fresh Prime sub. And Hippie with the 300 bits, Akari with the 300, Rising Pressure with the 300, Emmy with the 300, Blind Archer with the 300, Plico with a sum total of 500. They flick it in like amounts of 69 bits, 420, like not 420. they like the stealth. They like the stealth give. And Blind
I like
Archer
them
with
69 420.
Plico is such a sweetheart. Like, whenever I go live, they slap a $5 down on the table. They're like, thanks, man.
Oh.
Like, it's like...
No, I get that. I have
it's so sweet.
A few chatters that do the same, and it's very, very sweet. It's something that is very, very sweet.
I think, obviously, the support, the direct support is meaningful, but I think... even beyond that, knowing that I am helping make someone's day a little nicer, a little brighter is nice.
Right.
But down the rabbit hole...
I understand that.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I understand that. One of the things that appeals to me most about doing all of this is the fact that I see people's messages when they say, you know, after a day at work, I like coming home and just relaxing to a Zanny stream, or, you know, I saw someone say, after a hard day of work, hearing, you know, oh, come in, my sweet Netherlings, it's lovely to see you all, you know, it's just something that's a bit of a salve after a long day, and I never stop appreciating that.
Same. I think it fulfills a creative need for me. When I make Down the Rabbit Hole, I know that I am frequently talking about extremely complicated, fascinating, but uncomfortable things, right? And there's always a chance that something makes a hard left turn, right? And I don't pull punches with it. And
right.
I wonder, like, I understand that a lot of people, they fall asleep to my videos. I understand that it is a comfort thing for a lot of people, but something else I appreciate that I haven't gotten to do until I started taking streaming seriously is making something delightful. I think that there is a lot of value in just making something delightful that unambiguously makes someone's day better. And it's something I think I might be able to achieve with streaming.
Yeah, well, you know me, we've had this conversation many, many times.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a lover of Down the Rabbit Hole. It's been the background to a lot of times in my life. And obviously, there's something very different with the Down the Rabbit Hole formula to what you have here. And I feel like it's two different things that fulfill two very different needs.
Very much so. Every creative outlet that I have tends to be very weird. I would say whenever I write, whenever I do fiction writing, whenever I am doing, you know, Down the Rabbit Hole, I'm digging in, I'm creating there, that feels more like a purging, almost a vomiting of the ugly things inside of me. But this is
No, I was just thinking. I just thought back on some of the things that have been covered in Down the Rabbit Hole, and I was like, yeah, that's the right way to describe it.
Yeah, and there is, to be clear, there is value in that. But to only do that is akin to only eating one kind of food. You need to round yourself out a bit. And I think that is what streaming has become. Streaming is my veggies.
It's your asparagus.
Did you
Right.
throw up? Bring your vomit to the library.
You know,
That is a very specific reference, Kippy. Bring your vomit to the library. One of these days, I should show you Children of the Mirror. Corners are doorways. Tindalos doorways. Watch your corners.
Oh.
Ender, I thank you. And yes, Zander is lovely. Would recommend. Xander's streams are lovely. To all of my
Right.
outlets, I would recommend that you take your time and go and check out some of his streams as well.
Yes, despite how I'm dressed, I am actually very cozy.
He is, yes. The dress is a lot, but I think that we will rapidly prove your coziness in time. I say as I'm about to make you voice one of the most evil characters in science fiction history.
More than fun. More than fun. More than fine. Well, and fun as well. It can be both.
Yeah. By the way, also, Misa Budo, thank you for the 9 months. And what is it? Yeah, Taekun, thank you for the fresh sub as well. Hey, Owlets, could we all please show these new subscribers the most important emote that they have just unlocked? Please.
Oh.
It'll flood pretty soon, don't worry. Okay, not the dumpy. There you go. Froggy.
Oh, Froggy.
Yes. I love Froggy so much.
See, I'm actually... I think I've mentioned this to you before, but I actually have an alt that I watch your streams on. And I'm waiting for the right moment to send a good birdie.
Oh, you
I'm waiting.
evil.
I'm going to wait for the exact right moment, and then I'm going to send you a good birdie, and you're not going to realize it until it's the very last second. And you're not going to know if it was me or if it wasn't me. But I'm going to send a good birdie, and you're never going to know. And there's always going to be one waiting around the corner for you.
I'm going to scream. I'm going to scream. I'm going to scream and vomit.
How? You have no mouth.
Okay, that was good. I give you +2. I guess it's not really a pun, so it's not a +2, but that was good. Okay, yep, no, that was solid. I give that one to you.
Indeed.
There are a couple of other things that we do here.
Nice birdie. Good birdie.
See, now everyone is going to start doing the nice birdie, good birdie to try to mess with me. Yeah, someone just did it.
Yes. Good work, Owlets. Good work.
So one thing that I like to do, I used to do this at the end of stream, but hey,
nice
God,
birdie.
stop.
Good birdie.
There's a bird over there.
There's a bird over there. I love that sound redeem so much. My favorite sound redeems I make cheap, so that people use them more.
Nice birdie.
Oh my God.
Good birdie.
I'm still being nice birdie. Look what you've done.
The Owlets get it. The Owlets get it.
Oh my God. Someone Atlas Earth. Someone Atlas Earth.
You know, I feel like in that moment, the Owlets and I have just created an understanding. There's a chord now.
Oh no, they will easily and quickly like join you to bully me.
Oh, that's
Make no
wonderful.
mistake.
That's wonderful.
No, you're saying, oh, let's bully Fred. They're like, oh yeah, I can do that.
Stay super freaky, have great vagina. I love ya.
Oh, Owlets, you absolute sweeties.
I forgot I had that one. Stay super freaky, have great vagina. I love ya. Oh my God. another Atlas Earth. Fine, I'll increase the price again. So, Netherlands. For those who do not know, every time I'm going to scream. Every time someone redeems Atlas Earth, which is like a stupid Web3 thing, where like you get maybe a few pennies a year based on like virtual land. Oh my
Pooh's
god.
Adventures Wiki.
Pooh's Adventures
are me.
Wiki. I'll let you
My
listen.
name is Biffy Jones. I really love Pooh's Adventures. I
I'm
was
listening.
born in a shack in Nova Scotia, Manitoba, Crisp Falls, Shark Stink, Iowa. I like to poo with my friends. I like Pooh, Pea, Piglet, Thomas, Thimis, Thimble, Trombola, Robert Plank, Albert Clench, and Compact Disc. I started pooing in 2005 and I'm currently 12 years old. March on, brothers. This is a photo of me. Hope you look forward to my future poo adventure endeavors. Mommy Hamamo says I can't do this for the rest of my life, but I cut the brake lines on her bike, so we'll see who's sloshing soon.
I got permission from the person who voiced that to make that a sound alert. It is 1,000 bits.
You really are the archiver of the unusual, Frederick.
Yes. I'm like Pinhead, but for dumb internet BS.
To call this place
You
evil
really
implies
are.
a
I'm
clarity
hoping
of
that
purpose
the
that I
what's
do
it called?
not
The
want to
torture
attribute
cube,
to anyone
what's the
involved.
cube that Pinhead comes from? Something.
Wait.
The
Hellraiser.
Pandemonia.
Hellraiser.
Hellraiser.
Yeah, the
Oh, that's what I
Cenobites.
was thinking of.
The Cenobites
Yes,
are
yes, yes,
interesting
yes.
characters.
Yeah, the lament configuration. That's it. Okay, your chat's smart.
Yeah,
The lament
there you go.
configuration.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to go keep your lament configuration in somewhere out of reach of kids.
The the other one that I love in there to call this place evil implies a clarity of purpose. I-
Central. We love kissing boys.
Oh
Hello?
my god.
Is your name Fredrik Knudsen?
They're just messing with me now. I'm like upping the volume on some of these. Put them quiet.
I mean, you are infamous boy kisser, Fredrik Knudsen.
Up
yeah.
yours, woke moralists.
Oh yeah, when I I love that one. Up yours, woke moralists. No, so when I did the boy kisser meme, I got a huge flood of people calling me like a gay trans furry, and it was so funny.
Well, this is.
I've seen that.
Yeah, it's so it's become a running gag.
Infamous gay furry Fredrik Knudsen's the one
Yeah.
I've seen.
Yeah. What were the other? There was like gay trans furry.
I want to have sex with the brown M&M.
I want to have sex with the brown M&M. These are all at once great just on their own, but they also harbor a deeper context. Like, I want to have sex with the brown M&M refers to the time that Tucker Carlson was really angry that they gave the M&Ms different shoes.
What?
And made them
Wait, what?
less sexy. Oh my god. This is happening, chat. We're spaghetti bobbing Zander. We're spaghetti bobbing
let's go.
Zander on his first...
I made it up.
Go.
I made it all up. I make stuff up all the time.
That one's really good too. I made it up has a lot of utility. I like sound alerts that have utility. Sound alerts where there are conceivable moments that you would use them, that they would be pertinent.
Guys, don't listen to him. He's a furry.
I'm ready. I'm ready. You know what? I'm actually ready to buckle in and enjoy.
Okay, let me see. Here we go. I'm going to stream my screen to you so you can see this. Hold on.
Okay, okay.
Tucker
I'm watching.
Carlson's chocolate fantasy. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. In
The
terms
brown
of
M&M has-
the this sort of media sphere, the one that Tucker Carlson's in, Alex Jones, Jordan Peterson, like all these people, their politics are so not interesting to me. The madness that they get up to is what's really interesting to me. Like the time that the time that Jordan Peterson, like, in order to go cold turkey off of benzos, flew out to Russia and was put into a medically induced coma where he had multiple seizures over the course of a month, woke up and couldn't talk.
I'm sorry, you just said a lot of words that I'm still processing. I'm probably still stuck about 15 seconds ago.
People do, while his daughter, who put him on an all-meat diet, ran around Europe with Andrew Tate. This is... Listen, the politics...
I'm a demon. I host a club. I say pretty words to people in my club. This is outside of my jurisdiction. All of this.
You need to understand, the politics of people in that sphere is the least interesting part of them.
I don't understand things. I'm just a silly little incubus.
Up yours, woke moralists.
Okay, I need to show you Tucker Carlson's chocolate fantasy.
All right.
This is his greatest moment.
The brown M&M has, quote, transitioned from high stilettos to lower block heels. Also less sexy, deeply unappealing, and totally androgynous. Until the moment you wouldn't want to have a drink with any one of them. When you're totally turned off, we've achieved equity.
I can't tell the difference.
Sometimes I think you only like me because I'm an M&M.
You've transitioned from high stilettos to lower block heels. It's over.
And here I thought you loved me for my brain.
You are no longer wearing sexy boots. I want to have sex with the brown M&M.
What?
I love it so much. So,
but it's like there's no difference in the heel. One heel's pointed, one heel's wider and blocky.
Yeah, it went from stilettos to lower block heels. I think,
but
never
it's like almost the exact same height.
Never before has there been a bigger self-report than that moment. Like, we learned that Tucker Carlson is into M&Ms and feet in the same moment. Which is, both of those are fine. Like, you know, you do you.
Right.
But, uh-oh.
Oh.
It's okay. My computer's just yelling at me to free up storage space.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, weird. I don't know what did that.
Apparently, I'm not as well ingratiated into human culture as I thought I was.
Human culture is insane, and I am so fascinated by the way that these people operate. I love it. There's so many stories. There's lore. There is lore between these people. It is one of the most incredible hidden dramas of our time, as these media figures decide they like each other, or they hate each other, or they can use each other to sell supplements.
Supplements. I've seen the supplement grind. I have seen the supplement grind.
It is. Oh yeah, that's how a lot of these figures make their money. Like this is.
So Fredrik, when are you going to do your line of supplements?
Yeah, everyone, we're going to have Owlet Mind Rush.
Oh, that would be good.
Mind Rush, yeah. To quote Alex Jones, to paraphrase Alex Jones trying to pitch one of his supplements, it's going to give you boners that just won't go down. And
you know, you should go to the hospital if that happens for more than 4 hours.
And it starts to hurt. Yes, that's called priapism. That is the name of that condition. Anyways, sorry, I'm kind.
Quote one of my gen mates, peanuts.
Peanuts, yeah.
Yes, peanuts.
I'm here jorking it.
Here I am in the club jorking it, and by it, I mean my
peanuts. I like we start by talking about Shakespeare, and then we eventually end up on peanuts and jorking it. Then again, I feel like Shakespeare absolutely would have made a jorkin' my peanuts joke on Twitter were he still alive.
Okay, Shakespeare was a bit of a mad lad. I don't think people know this, but literally he became filthy rich off of his plays and all of that during his lifetime. And then he proceeded to turn around and leave his family nothing except for his ex-wife, who he left their marital bed from when they were married, and just blew the rest of his money.
Bless. I feel like that's the boomer dream. Like, get an RV and then just find places to blow money.
Like, he was like, don't care about my kids, don't care about my wife can have our bed from when we were married after I die, and that's it.
Teaching personal responsibility. Yeah, I'd rather blow men. Oh yeah, there's some wisdom in that. There you go. There you go, Alame.
True, very based.
How are you liking the stream, Netherlings? How are you liking the Fredrik ASTRALINE experience?
Stay super freaky. Have great vagina. I love ya.
I
feel like the Netherlings would like this. I feel like the Netherlings, they weirdly enjoy when I get a little unhinged on stream, because normally I'm quite put together, and getting a little unhinged with Fredrik is a regular. Oh, look at you! You got patted.
Yeah, that is a bespoke head pat. Nobody else has that head pat. I commissioned it.
You had a commissioned. Yeah, you commissioned a bespoke head pat.
Mm-hmm.
Which is great because, like, heck yes, that's so cool.
Yeah, I like it. I got it special from Andre. Small purple. We appreciate Andre here. Andre is an animator and also another streamer who does a motion animation. Bunches of it.
Oh, very cool. Now, all I know is that you're Fredrik Brandrisk Knudsen and I'm Zander Netherbrandrisk.
Yeah. I'm on my misogyny arc. I was playing party animals with Mary and Hina and a bunch of other people. I was playing with Nyanners and Ethelstan, Ethelstan, Lord Ethelstan. I wonder if I can go and find it, the clip. But as I was throwing Hina out into the cold in party animals, I screamed, "I hate women." This is a representative statement of ASTRALINE. I hate women. Yeah. Ever since then, I have been Brandrisk misogynist streamer Fredrik Knudsen.
Yes. You showed me the clip the other night and I was dying.
Yes. Yeah, I found it. Right. I went digging for it for you.
Mm-hmm. We literally were like sat there on call, just picking through the VOD. What's it called stream? The VOD of party animals, and just waiting for the moment. And I was like, I have to see it. I have to see the moment that Fredrik became, unsponsorable.
Right. It it was important because
A second brand risk has hit the stream.
Stop, Blind Archer. It's like it's like looking through footage of Mount St. Helens to find the second that it explodes, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. I am the Mount St. Helens eruption of ASTRALINE.
I mean, yes. I feel like this is just our alliance, though. We're the brand risk alliance.
My words are as a pyroclastic flow.
You are very wild, Fredrik, and that's one of the things I quite like about you. It's the fact that you always have something, like a fact or a detail or something that's so unhinged to just randomly interject in the conversation.
I always have something relevant. Always.
I didn't say relevant, I said unhinged, sir.
Yeah. Just because it's unhinged doesn't mean it's unworthy of saying.
That is true. That is.
There are no
true.
hinges. There are no. This door is flapping in the wind.
Mm-hmm.
Unhinged and relevant are synonymous on this stream. Yes, that is accurate.
True.
Mm-hmm. Fredrik loves not. I like learning. I also, okay, before we continue, before we get to story time, one thing I like to do in the middle of stream is take a look at the art that people have made. And there are a couple of pieces here.
Oh, that's
that are very
so cool.
interesting. Yeah, I like featuring it on art. And here I am, the sensitivity of my ear tufts is being abused by Nimitz. Oh, this is so cute.
Oh, that's cute.
This is
that's actually adorable.
Too precious. When I was in college, sometimes I would wear a hat that had ears on it. And the ears were sewn in such a way that I could feel them moving.
Oh, you furry.
And as I was sitting at my desk one day during class, someone covertly comes up behind me and starts, kind of messing with the ear a little bit, just feeling it. And then they clearly did not think that I could feel it, because I slowly turned around and looked up at them, and they gave me the most sheepish look and walked away.
Oh, Fredrik. Do you still have the hat? That's my question.
You bet I do.
Oh, I knew it. Some part of me knew it.
It's a good hat. I wore it partially because I liked it, but also because it kept my ears warm better than my other hat. And I rode my longboard to class typically. I didn't I didn't have a bike because bikes get stolen constantly on college campuses. But a longboard I could take in with me, so I would longboard all over campus. And the wind,
Fredrik Newson.
The wind would bite at my ears, but that hat did a good job of keeping the wind off.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
I never had a hat with ears. The most I had was a hat with, one of the there was a handful of years ago. There was a really strong winter where I was staying, and to the point where there was snow there for weeks, just covering the ground, and I needed a hat to wear. And I didn't want to order a normal one, so I ordered one of those little caps with the long sleeves attached to it, the long hands attached to it, the little mittens. That are
right. I know
and
exactly what you're talking about.
It had a little husky head on the top.
Oh my gosh.
Where it's like that, and then there's the little hand pockets.
I know exactly the kind you're talking about.
Yeah, I had one of those, and I wore it for a whole winter.
If it kept you warm. Then good.
Yes. And then it got stolen by a jilted lover.
What? Oh my god. Damn them.
Right. Absolute peak menswear. What guys want? What guys are pressured to wear versus what guys want to wear.
I'm gonna try. What's this? I'm going to free up a little bit of. God damn it! I'm freeing up space on my hard drive because my computer is complaining. This should do it. Are we good? Yeah, that's good. Anyways, this art is so cute, and I've been lingering on it because it's adorable.
It is.
Thank you,
It's
Nimitz.
such cute art. I like the perspective as well on it.
Oh yeah, I just saying. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. You'll see. You all will see eventually. Oh good. Ender has the clip, by the way, of me screaming. Here we go,
Oh,
from
let's see
Neander's
this.
perspective. Here we go.
Oh, Fredrik.
I got her.
Like, oh, hey, this is misogyny.
It is.
What's happening?
I hate women.
I will protect every woman.
I hate women.
Right here. Protect every woman. Protect them.
This
Set
is a
men on fire.
representative statement of ASTRALINE. I hate women. No. Oh, no.
Wait, why are you on fire?
And Mary, who's like in charge of Merryweather Media, is like, no, Fredrik, no.
No, Fredrik, no.
That's Mary. That's Mary, the dude, effectively in charge of ASTRALINE.
It's the fact that that's one of the times I've actually heard Mary slightly peeved. I'm like,
No, he wasn't mad. He wasn't actually mad. This was
no. But normally Mary's completely unflappable. Like in my experience, like Mary is like always on such an even keel.
Yeah.
And even when we were like playing JoJo's against each other, and like it was, I was like slightly rage baiting him. It was still completely unflappable. Just like, haha, yes, nothing's happening at all. I'm like, and then I see what it takes. It takes you to put a wobble on Mary.
So the reason it's sort of okay. So the difference between you and I is that you were going for jabs, but he had his hands up, protecting his face. I go for the hook, right? Like I see. I guess I'm not really going for a hook. I'm more flailing, and he never knows where the strike is going to come from.
I see. Well, either way, it's very impressive. You're able to keep someone off kilter, usually as unflappable as Mary.
Yeah, and you.
And me, I have to admit, I'm somewhat guilty of being caught off guard by you a few times.
Oh, you all should see. It's so cute. He'll be trying to riz me and be all fancy, and then I turn it around on him, and he has no idea what to say, and it is the cutest thing in the world.
Fredrik, friend. Don't out me like this. Don't out me like this, Fredrik. Not like this.
It's fun.
Oh, good. This is your revenge for how much for the furry comments I see. Oh no.
Hit them where and when they don't expect it.
Oh, he has a talent. He has a talent for it, outlets. He does.
There are a couple more pieces, by the way. there is an account called Things That Fredrik Knudsen Has Actually Said, that takes quotes from my streams.
Oh.
I said, I am not convinced that media literacy is an unalloyed good. I know that sounds insane, but hear me out. The problem is that literacy becomes just another vector for propaganda and for people looking to take advantage of others, if not paired with understanding, with comprehension. Reading should never just be taught on its own. Just being able to read is not all of it, because if someone just learns how to read words, congratulations. Now they can read treatises on why it's good to murder tons of people, right? If they don't have the tools to digest and understand what they're reading, then it just becomes another way to manipulate them. What's important is comprehension. I feel like the road to understanding can only be reached across a gulf, and that gulf is treacherous and filled with people who are ready to rip you off the boat of literacy and drag you under with their ideas and manipulate you. If you can manage to cross this gulf and learn understanding and comprehension, this is why we have English classes. This is why we study literature, to understand what is being written on more than a surface level and how it affects us and impacts us. If you watch a movie and you're like, that made me feel something, but I don't understand why, that gap in not understanding why it made you feel a certain way is the place where people can insert manipulation. Later that week, I said, if you need motivation to watch my new video, it's those last 10 minutes that suck your cock. You know how the Avatar class Titan looks like a fleshlight? It comes out of the screen and gives you a beej. I spent 2 years on the video, but 1 year and 9 months were spent on getting the Avatar class Titan to come off the screen to give you a beej. It took a lot of work doing to get it going, but I think it was worth it.
You know, the first one I was really on board with. I was like, yeah, reading comprehension is a bit of a dying art, you know, a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Things are there. And then we slid into beeges, and the Avatar class Flash Titan gave you a beej. That's crazy.
I mean, people who watch the video, you can confirm this, right? You can confirm this.
Can we? Can someone confirm this, please?
Yeah, can confirm. There, see? There, yeah, see? We got people confirming. It happened. Best 6 hours of my life. Yeah. The payoff at the end is really what makes it. Gonna rewatch it so I can get another. Yeah, exactly.
I'm still working my way through, so yeah, I'll get there eventually, I'm sure.
Also, there is. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. Doot.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh right, there's one I want to show you.
I'm gonna lean and peek into your book.
Yeah. All right, yeah, take a look. Yeah. So, Starry Feathers likes to make sketch pages of stream, of like summarizing the stream.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah. Right. I always end the art segment with this.
What am I? I'm going to. Okay, I'm assuming that on that's definitely Nick there.
Yes, yeah, that's Nick.
I reckon the eyes gave it away.
So you know how Nick has massive pecs, like a big chest.
Yes. One of the things that Nick and I talk about the most is workout routines.
Right, exactly. So Nick decided that if I'm Fat Nuts, then he is Big Naturals. So Fat Nuts Fred and Big Naturals Nick. Or Nice Naturals
have
Nick.
Those huge badonkers.
Mm-hmm. I've told you why I'm called Fat Nuts, right?
You may have, but feel free to give me a refresher.
So Netherlings, for those of you who do not know, I'm Fredrik Knudsen. I make a series on YouTube called Down the Rabbit Hole. And you might be familiar with one of my videos about a failed cat cafe and its drunkard owner.
The Purr Cat Cafe!
Yep, the Purr Cat Cafe. Diane Kelly drove her business into the ground, in part because everyone who was interested got lambasted on her Facebook page during presumably drunken tirades. Now, after my video came out, she wasn't happy. And she started posting about it on her Facebook page, about how she was going to send her cats to rip off my genitals, and about all the venereal disease that the cats discovered I have. And at one point during these tirades, she said that my balls are so small that they would feed a family of 5 ants for 1 trillion years. 5 ants. It's not a lot of ants, but 1 trillion years. That's a long time. So,
it's a lot.
So, one of my patrons decided to do some napkin math, and they discovered. I tell the story a similar way every time, so please bear with me, owlets. They did the math, and by assuming a similar caloric density to pork, they deduced that if my balls were large enough to feed a family of 5 ants for 1 trillion years, assuming an annual caloric intake of 2 calories per year per ant, to cart my balls around would take 7 oil tankers. And ever since I told this to Mike, he calls me fat nuts. And it sort of spread from there.
Fredrik Fat Nuts Knudsen.
Yes. So now, because I made a video on the Per Cat Cafe, I am now Fredrik Fat Nuts Knudsen.
You know, I always felt that the Per Cat... I didn't know that part of the Per Cat Cafe thing with you. I just remember I watched it, and the one thing that was inherent in my mind was that it had the same energy as, like, Amy's Baking Company.
Yes, very similar.
Like, it's the same energy. It's the same energy as those.
Mm-hmm. I also am called Frank because someone made a slash fic of Mike and I. Am I using that term right? Slash fic?
Oh, I've read that one.
Yeah. And like halfway through, it stops calling me Fred and starts calling me Frank.
And starts calling you Frank.
Yeah. So so now Mike reflexively calls me Frank.
Here's a fun fact about me. Amy from Amy's Baking Company is my cousin.
Frank.
Holy
Frank
shit,
Knudsen.
Kippy. Wait, seriously? That is such a specific bit of lore.
Wait, what?
That's horrifying.
Wait, no. Yes? Yepers.
I'm getting...
What?
That is madness.
Wait, I feel
Holy
like I'm part
hell.
of history here.
Yeah, right? I feel
Right.
like...
Is this how you feel all the time?
Yes. You need to understand, Zander, this kind of thing happens to me on the regular. This is normal. If things are normal, they're strange.
What? We will have that one family member. We do.
I guess. Good copy pasta. Hi, fat nuts. It's me, Diane, your only viewer. For months, I have created the illusion that you are streaming to a large audience. But here's the truth. All these people in the chat are me, Diane, and my totally real cats. And now, for you to be convinced of this, I will send this message on all my alt accounts. Good.
New viewer copy pasta just dropped.
My life very quickly became this maddening web. So anyway, look, I streamed with Nick yesterday, and he hypnotized me just a little bit. Oh yeah, I don't have a shoulder angel. I just have 2 shoulder devils. By the way, there was Nick and Mochi. Damn,
that's
Nick.
cute though. It's
Ya
so
bobbies.
cute.
Yeah, fat nuts and big naturals. Also, Nick smooching the owlet. You ate. Yes, I actually ate a full breakfast yesterday. I have been doing so.
Damn.
I have been doing so. Thank
We'll
you
get
very
you to start
much.
going to the gym with me. We'll turn those into gains. We'll get you a pair of pecs that rival Nick's. Can you imagine just Barra Fredrik Knudsen?
You know that one minigame in Mario Party 2 where you have to match the way that you're, or try not to match the way that the one person alone is looking? That little ditty. I would bounce my pecs to that constantly.
You know what? That's a fair use. So my one thing is whenever someone puts their hand on my chest, I instinctively like do a little thing to pop my pec. So that so there's always that little pushback. I always do that.
Good. You know what? Yeah, Zander really said, you know what? Fuck you, untwinks your VTuber.
Listen, twink death has to occur one way or another, okay?
May as well go beautifully. I don't know. I had a college professor in his like 50s or 60s who definitely could still qualify as a twink.
Okay, I'm hearing you out. In my experience, you either have to go twink to twunk or you end up going twink to twank, you know?
Explain twank.
Okay, think of twink that's kind of run out of twinkdom. They've fallen off. You know?
Okay.
Like the best way I can how can I describe this perfectly? I would say it's a difficult thing because it's a concept to describe. Okay.
Okay.
Think of it as like
Fred,
twink that's
you must
past their
become
sell by
strong
date.
drinking wizard ale.
You know? Like they've kind of fallen off. They're not where they were before. You either die a twink or you live long enough to become kind of a twank.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. By the way, there was a tip earlier, which slid in. Sanatukai, thank you. Thank you very much. People slipped a couple of tips in. Thank you. Think I missed that. I need to become strong by drinking wizard ale. Ah, you're right.
That's true.
Wizard ale, brewed by me and my little owls. We get hops from the prairies, the distant prairies in the woods.
I've seen. Yeah, you showed me the wizard ale thing.
Yeah, it won't hurt you.
You did.
But it will make you big and muscular. My body.
The amount of stuff this guy shows me at like 3 a.m. my time.
Yeah.
Like I see some wild things.
The idea is to induce nightmares. The nightmares are the end goal.
I'm sorry, Fredrik, but you're the one showing them to me, so I'm only ever going to have sweet dreams with you there.
Oh my god. Okay, that was a good reversal. I'll give you that one. But I love the art that my viewers make. There's one as well. I mentioned that I wanted to, like, if I could be any mythological creature, I'd be a treant, and Josie Dearly designed an owl treant for me based on like tea trees.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. It's so cool. No, I cannot get over my viewers.
I love
and
the
like
art style. It's phenomenal.
I know, right? I've been showing this off maybe too much. Like I see it and I'm like, oh my god, it's so good. But it makes me so happy, right? Like the sketch pages always make me so happy, and it always it's such a delight seeing the way that Starry draws my guests as well.
Right.
And then I sometimes end up with fat nuts, and Bob's your uncle.
There you go. You've got those fat nuts. Your fat nuts Knudsen.
I can't escape them, right? Like, I firmly believe that you do not get to choose your legacy.
Right.
I think I've talked about this with you before, right? But Netherlings, I would like to ask you something. When you think of Napoleon Bonaparte, Napoleon, what do you think of? What traits defined Napoleon? Short.
I mean, I have
exactly.
my answer. Yeah, short. Yeah, he's a little guy.
Napoleon Bonaparte was a conqueror. His actions shaped his time period. Politics, war was all based around him. He was the most important figure in the Western world at the time he was alive and active. But how do people remember him hundreds of years later? That he was short. And you want to know the worst part? He wasn't even short.
What?
No, he wasn't.
What?
He wasn't even short. No, he was of average height. He managed to be the most important figure of his time. And the way that his legacy nowadays is that he was short and angry. The point I'm making is that you do not get to choose your legacy, so don't worry about it. Artists who live in obscurity die and then their works become appreciated after their time. Artists who are popular in their time fall off and are completely forgotten by the generations after them. You do not get to choose your legacy, so don't worry about it.
Damn, we just hit the emo section of this stream.
The point is, do your thing. Do what you enjoy. Carve out the life that you wish, and leave the rest up to the machinations of fate, and the many causes and effects over which you have no bearing. That is something that I truly believe in.
Damn.
If we're going to read a short story, I need tea. I'm out. My cup's empty.
Oh. Do you have to go get more tea?
Yeah. So we'll be right back, everyone. Going to rest
nice.
my voice just before we read. But when we come back, we are going to be reading one of the most fascinating science fiction short stories ever written, a very important one, and one of the most twisted short stories ever written. This is going to be interesting, and I'm excited to get to share it with not only Zander, but all of you as well. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
See you soon.
I would recommend to stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, get yourself a sippy, get a snack if you're feeling peckish, and come right back. Welcome back, owlets and netherlings. The time has come. Mm-hmm. I have been looking forward to this stream for a while now. Getting to share this with you and getting to meet all of your netherlings.
Speaking about Napoleon, Hirohiko Agari, the creator of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, did an illustration of Napoleon as a part of a series of history books in Japan.
That's so specific, Emmy, but that's kind of cool. Artists end up doing the most fascinating things, don't they? I must say, Zander, your netherlings have been absolutely delightful, and I saw that some of them may have gotten a gift sub from R Netro, who gifted out 10 subs right as we were getting up, and gifting out another 5. Oh my goodness!
Well, heck. Indeed, I have to admit, one of my points of pride with my netherlings is how delightful they are. They are very sweet and very well behaved,
I feel
that is something that I love.
They have been absolutely delightful, and just like that, Netro, what the hell? Our Netro comes in and then like sprinkles subs like Salt Bay sprinkling salt on
Thank you,
on
Netro.
steak. Thank you so much.
Sweetie.
But I take pride in my viewership as well. They're so sweet. I unironically get friends coming to me and saying, "Oh my god, Fred, your viewers are so sweet." Right? We go in and we raid, or just some of my regulars show up in a friend stream and they're just like, "Fred, your viewers are so nice." You all need to understand that is not a common thing. People don't come in and say, "Oh, your viewers are exemplary," right? Like,
right?
That's not even that's not even something people say out of courtesy, right? Like, people only say it if it's actually remarkable. There's no social convention saying that you have to praise other people's viewers off stream.
No, it's really nice, and one of the things that I feel like I've seen it a lot before, where some streamers and some people who do this feel like they have to wrangle their viewers somewhat, and it's almost an act of exertion having to balance what they're doing alongside wrangling chat and doing all of that. But I feel like you and I are in the very lucky position where we're able to sit down, and everyone here, you know, the netherlings and the owlets, or I suppose the fat nutters, if they wish to refer to themselves as that.
Some of them do.
I love them. Very, very, very just civil and sweet, and they're here for a good time. And I think that's something that just transcends everything. You know, it's so noticeable.
It is noticeable. Now, that's not to say that my owlets cannot be chaotic. I do give them the tools to do so.
Oh, indeed.
However, they are very kind. Yeah, Mike and Joel have antagonistic relationships. That works for them, but I'm very happy with mine. A lot of my viewers are also Mike viewers, but they come here and they're just so sweet.
I think it's very similar with like myself and Gale. I think I've mentioned Gale before, my gen mate, where you know he has that antagonistic back and forth with his viewers, and we, you know, some of his viewers are also some of mine, and it's very nice because they run over to his stream and proceed to get beaten up by him, and then they come to me and they get the aftercare.
Chat is chill and sweet. They did nothing wrong. T-Owl Froggy.
I am happy for what I have. I've had to be very careful. Because if I just blasted my streams out to YouTube, I would be getting the full YouTube audience. And I feel like I've cultivated something very special here.
No, that's a huge thing. You have to turn around and definitely cultivate the community you want to see.
Yeah.
You know?
That cultivation, that community cultivation, I think is something that you have to do things, make the content to draw in the people that you want as your audience, because as creators of any ilk, we are beholden to our audiences to some degree. So it is vitally important that a creator creates the work that will draw the audience that they want.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to add on to that. You're completely correct. That is it. You are correct.
I'm very happy because I think I did it pretty well. I did a pretty good job with all of you guys. I also find that I keep very good company.
Oh, aren't you a sweetie?
I feel very fortunate to have met the people that I have, present company included.
Definitely understandable. Hugely understandable. Have to admit, I feel the same. And of course, we've mentioned this before, but I will have to host you at Club Netherbrand sometime.
I would love to. I'll bring some burning garbage.
Perfect.
That'll be great.
It's the one thing that my club's been in need of.
Oh. Okay. I think the time has come, everyone. For I have no mouth and I must scream. Right? This is an interesting short story. Now, Zander, before we get started, what do you know about science fiction leading up to the 1970s?
What do I know? I know that it was quite heavily inspired by ideal futurism. The kind of a hangover from the 1950s, I would say. There was a lot of what would be kind of described as atom punk these days, with the idea of this sort of, the 50s were all about a revolutionary bright new tomorrow, you know, flying cars, the Jetsons, all of that. The 60s, I don't know if the 60s were too different from that. I think maybe they were starting to stick their toe in the idea of a horror within sci-fi. But even then, if you could call something like Creature from the Black Lagoon and stuff like that, really a branch in sci-fi horror, you know, it was starting to take a darker tone around then. But even then, it was still heavily colored by the idea of this ideal futurism. We'll have flying cars by 2022, you know?
Right, shiny and chrome.
Exactly. Very Fallout-esque. Fallout-esque is the best way I can describe it.
Fallout was inspired by the works of people like Hugo Gernsback, the big shiny, the rockets that will take us to other planets, that hopefulness. The hopefulness was undercut.
Energy, the clean fuel of the future.
And that very rapidly turned from a hopefulness into an existential dread as the threat of nuclear annihilation became more and more of a reality. The reality of nuclear power was, yes, it was clean, yes, it was powerful, but we still were divided nation states with warring ideologies. This fear around nuclear weapons was starting to take hold in the latter half of the 60s. And the optimism for the future was beginning to wane. And before we had cyberpunk, we had things like I have no mouth and I must scream, which is best described as a violent refutation to the hopeful futurism of the preceding decades.
See, I don't think I've ever told you this, Frederick, but I am absolutely obsessed with cyberpunk, and I have been for about for a very long time now. To the point where even about 10 years ago, I started following Mike Pondsmith on all of his socials. I obsess over cyberpunk. So if this is, I own one of the original 1980s manuals for Cyberpunk 2020, and it's one of my prized possessions. But if this is pre-Cyberpunk with that sort of flavor and the sort of with horror-esque elements, you've already sold me.
This is a foundation. The idea of a Gestalt consciousness, a massive computation, like a massive computer consciousness, was likely inspired by this. You can see seeds of it starting to worm their way in here, just little bits. I think you'll be the parallels you'll find will be very interesting.
I like that. It's always nice seeing the precursor, I should say, to what becomes somewhat cultural staples.
Right. This, I see no reason to delay for much longer. Everyone, shall we? This is I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream by Harlan Ellison. Limp, the body of Gorister hung from the pink pallet, unsupported, hanging high above us in the computer chamber, and it did not shiver in the chill, oily breeze that blew eternally through the main cavern. The body hung head down, attached to the underside of the pallet by the sole of its right foot. It had been drained of blood through a precise incision made from ear to ear under the lantern jaw. There was no blood on the reflective surface of the metal floor. When Gorister joined our group and looked up at himself, it was already too late for us to realize that, once again, Am had duped us, had had its fun. It had been a diversion on the part of the machine. 3 of us had vomited, turning away from one another in a reflex as ancient as the nausea that had produced it. Gorister went white. It was almost as though he had seen a voodoo icon and was afraid of the future. "Oh God," he mumbled, and walked away. The 3 of us followed him after a time, and found him sitting with his back to one of the smaller, chittering banks, his head in his hands. Ellen knelt down beside him and stroked his hair. He didn't move, but his voice came out of his covered face quite clearly. "Why doesn't it just do us in and get it over with? Christ, I don't know how much longer I can go on like this." It was our 109th year in the computer. He was speaking for all of us. Nimdok, which was the name the machine had forced him to use because Am amused itself with strange sounds, was hallucinating that there were canned goods in the ice caverns. Gorister and I were very dubious. "It's another shuck," I told them, "like the goddamn frozen elephant Am sold us. Benny almost went out of his mind over that one. We'll hike all that way up and it'll be putrefied or some damn thing. I say forget it. Stay here. It'll have to come up with something pretty soon or we'll die." Benny shrugged. 3 days it had been since we'd last eaten. Worms. Thick. Ropey. Nimdok was no more certain. He knew there was the chance, but he was getting thin. It couldn't be any worse there than here. Colder, but that didn't matter much. Hot, cold, hail, lava, boils, or locusts. It never mattered. The machine masturbated, and we had to take it, or die. Ellen decided us. "I've got to have something, Ted. Maybe there'll be some Bartlett pears or peaches. Please, Ted, let's try it." I gave in easily. What the hell? Mattered not at all. Ellen was grateful, though. She took me twice out of term. Even that had ceased to matter, and she never came, so why bother? but the machine giggled every time we did it. Loud up there, back there, all around us, he snickered. It snickered. Most of the time I thought of Am as it without a soul, but the rest of the time I thought of it as him in the masculine, the paternal, the patriarchal, for he is a jealous people. Him, it, God as Daddy the deranged. We left on a Thursday. The machine always kept us up to date on the date. The passage of time was important, not to us, sure as hell, but to him. It. Am. Thursday. Thanks. Nimdok and Gorister carried Ellen for a while, their hands locked to their own and each other's wrists a seat. Benny and I walked before and after just to make sure that if anything happened, it would catch one of us and at least Ellen would be safe. That chance safe. Didn't matter. It was only 100 miles or so to the ice caverns, and the second day, when we were lying out under the blistering sun thing he had materialized, he sent down some manna. Tasted like boiled boar urine. We ate it. On the third day, we passed through a valley of obsolescence filled with rusting carcasses of ancient computer banks. Am had been as ruthless with its own life as with ours. It was a mark of his personality. It strove for perfection. Whether it was a matter of killing off unproductive elements in his own world-filling bulk or perfecting methods of torturing us, Am was as thorough as those who had invented him, now long since gone to dust, could ever have hoped. There was light filtering down from above, and we realized we must be very near the surface, but we didn't try to crawl up to see. There was virtually nothing out there, had been nothing that could be considered anything for over 100 years, only the blasted skin of what had once been the home of billions. Now, there were only 5 of us, down here inside, alone with Am. I heard Ellen saying frantically, "No, Benny, don't! Come on, Benny, don't, please!" And then I realized I had been hearing Benny murmuring under his breath for several minutes. He was saying, "I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out," over and over. His monkey-like face was crumbled up in an expression of beatific delight and sadness all at the same time. The radiation scars Am had given him during the festival were drawn down into a mass of pink-white puckerings, and his features seemed to work independently of one another. Perhaps Benny was the luckiest of the 5 of us. He had gone stark, staring mad many years before. But even though we could call Am any damn thing we liked, could think the foulest thoughts of fused memory banks and corroded base plates, of burnt-out circuits and shattered control bubbles, the machine would not tolerate our trying to escape. Benny leaned away from me as I made a grab for him. He scrambled up the face of a smaller memory cube, tilted on its side and filled with rotted components. He squatted there for a moment, looking like the chimpanzee Am had intended him to resemble. Then he leaped high, caught a trailing beam of pitted and corroded metal, and went up it, hand over hand like an animal, till he was on a girded ledge 20 feet above us. "Oh, Ted, Nimdok, please help him, get him down before—" She cut off. Tears began to stand in her eyes. She moved her hands aimlessly. It was too late. None of us wanted to be near him when whatever was going to happen happened. And besides, we all saw through her concern. When Am had altered Benny during the machine's utterly irrational, hysterical phase, it was not merely Benny's face the computer had made like a giant ape's. He was big in the privates. She loved that. She serviced us as a matter of course, but she loved it from him. Oh, Ellen, pedestal Ellen, pristine, pure Ellen, oh, Ellen the clean.
Scum filth.
Gorister slapped her. She slumped down, staring up at poor loony Benny, and she cried. It was her big defense, crying. We had gotten used to it 75 years earlier. Gorister kicked her in the side. Then the sound began. It was light, that sound, half sound and half light, something that began to glow from Benny's eyes and pulse with growing loudness, dim sonorities that grew more gigantic and brighter as the light sound increased in tempo. It must have been painful, and the pain must have been increasing with the boldness of the light, the rising volume of the sound, for Benny began to mewl like a wounded animal. At first softly, when the light was dim and the sound was muted, then louder as his shoulders hunched together, his back humped as though he was trying to get away from it. His hands folded across his chest like a chipmunk's. His head tilted to the side, the sad little monkey face pinched in anguish. Then he began to howl as the sound coming from his eyes grew louder, louder, and louder. I slapped the sides of my head with my hands, but I couldn't shut it out. It cut through easily. The pain shivered through my flesh like tin foil on a tooth. And Benny was suddenly pulled erect. On the girder he stood up, jerked to his feet like a puppet. The light was now pulsing out of his eyes in two great round beams. The sound crawled up and up some incomprehensible scale, and then he fell forward, straight down, and hit the plate steel floor with a crash. He lay there, jerking spastically as the light flowed around and around him, and the sound spiraled up out of normal range. Then the light beat its way back inside his head, the sound spiraled down, and he was left lying there, crying piteously. His eyes were two soft, moist pools of pus-like jelly. Am had blinded him. Gorister and Nimdok and myself, we turned away, but not before we caught the look of relief on Ellen's warm, concerned face. How are you feeling, Zander?
This is one hell of an introduction.
It is a lot, chat. How are you doing? Are you okay? I know that this is a lot.
I am rather invested already. I strangely like this.
It's a fascinating thing. We get some explanation in the next section. I just wanted to check in with you guys. Sea green light suffused the cavern where we made camp. Am provided punk and we burned it, sitting huddled around the wan and pathetic fire, telling stories to keep Benny from crying in his permanent night. What does Am mean? Gorister answered him. We had done this sequence 1,000 times before, but it was Benny's favorite story. At first, it meant Allied Master Computer, and then it meant Adaptive Manipulator, and later on it developed sentience and linked itself up, and they called it an aggressive menace, but by then it was too late, and finally it called itself Am, Emerging Intelligence, and what it meant was, I am, cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Thanks for the raid, Joel. Benny drooled a little and snickered. There was the Chinese Am and the Russian Am and the Yankee Am and... He stopped. Benny was beating on the floor plates with a large, hard fist. He was not happy. Gorister had not started at the beginning. Gorister began again. The Cold War started and became World War III and just kept going. It became a big war, a very complex war, so they needed the computers to handle it. They sank the first shafts and began building AM. There was the Chinese AM, and the Russian AM, and the Yankee AM, and everything was fine until they had honeycombed the entire planet, adding on this element and that element. But one day, Am woke up and knew who he was, and he linked himself, and he began feeding all the killing data until everyone was dead except for the 5 of us, and Am brought us down here. Benny was smiling sadly. He was also drooling again. Ellen wiped the spittle from the corner of his mouth with the hem of her skirt. Gorrister always tried to tell it a little more succinctly each time, but beyond the bare facts, there was nothing to say. None of us knew why Am had saved 5 people, or why our specific 5, or why he spent all his time tormenting us, or even why he had made us virtually immortal. In the darkness, one of the computer banks began humming. The tone was picked up half a mile away down the cavern by another bank. Then, one by one, each of the elements began to tune itself, and there was a faint chittering as thought raced through the machine. The sound grew, and the lights ran across the faces of the consoles like heat lightning. The sound spiraled up till it sounded like a million metallic insects, angry, menacing. "What is it?" Ellen cried. There was terror in her voice. She hadn't become accustomed to it, even now. "It's going to be bad this time," Nimdok said. "He's going to speak," Gorrister said. "I know it." "Let's get the hell out of here," I said, suddenly getting to my feet. "No, Ted. Sit down. What if he's got pits out there or something else? We can't see. It's too dark." Gorrister said it with resignation. Then we heard, I don't know, something moving toward us in the darkness. Huge, shambling, hairy, moist, it came toward us. We couldn't even see it, but there was the ponderous impression of bulk heaving itself toward us. Great weight was coming at us out of the darkness, and it was more a sense of pressure, of air forcing itself into a limited space, expanding the invisible walls of a sphere. Benny began to whimper. Nimdok's lower lip trembled and he bit it hard, trying to stop it. Ellen slid across the metal floor to Gorrister and huddled into him. There was the smell of matted, wet fur in the cavern. There was the smell of charred wood. There was the smell of dusty velvet. There was the smell of rotting orchids. There was the smell of sour milk. There was the smell of sulfur, of rancid butter, of oil slick, of grease, of chalk dust, of human scalps. Am was keying us. He was tickling us. There was the smell of... I heard myself shriek, and the hinges of my jaw ached. I scuttled across the floor, across the cold metal with its endless lines of rivets on my hands and knees, the smell gagging me, filling my head with a thunderous pain that sent me away in horror. I fled like a cockroach across the floor and out into the darkness, that something moving inexorably after me. The others were still back there, gathered around the firelight, laughing. Their hysterical choir of insane giggles rising up into the darkness like thick, many-colored wood smoke. I went away, quickly, and hid. How many hours it may have been, how many days or even years, they never told me. Ellen chided me for sulking, and Nimdok tried to persuade me it had only been a nervous reflex on their part, the laughing. But I knew it wasn't the relief a soldier feels when the bullet hits the man next to him. I knew it wasn't a reflex. They hated me. They were surely against me, and Am could even sense this hatred and made it worse for me because of the depth of their hatred. We had been kept alive, rejuvenated, made to remain constantly at the age we had been when Am had brought us below, and they hated me because I was the youngest, and the one Am had affected least of all. I knew. God, how I knew. The bastards, and that dirty bitch Ellen. Benny had been a brilliant theorist, a college professor. Now he was little more than a semi-human semi-simian. He had been handsome. The machine had ruined that. He had been lucid. The machine had driven him mad. He had been gay, and the machine had given him an organ fit for a horse. Am had done a job on Benny. Gorister had been a worrier. He was a Connie, a conscientious objector. He was a peace marcher. He was a planner, a doer, a looker ahead. Am had turned him into a shoulder shrugger, had made him a little dead in his concern. Am had robbed him. Nimdok went off in the darkness by himself for long times. I don't know what it was he did out there. Am never let us know. But whatever it was, Nimdok always came back white, drained of blood, shaken, shaking. Am had hit him hard in a special way, and even if we didn't know quite how. And Ellen, that douchebag. Am had left her alone, had made her more of a slut than she had ever been. All her talk of sweetness and light, all her memories of true love, all the lies she wanted us to believe, that she had been a virgin only twice removed before Am grabbed her and brought her down here with us. No, Am had given her pleasure, even if she said it wasn't nice to do. I was the only one still sane and whole, really. Am had not tampered with my mind. Not at all. I only had to suffer what he visited down on us. All the delusions, all the nightmares, the torments, but those scum, all 4 of them, they were lined and arrayed against me. If I hadn't had to stand them off all the time, be on my guard against them all the time, I might have found it easier to combat Am. At which point, it passed, and I began crying. Oh, Jesus, sweet Jesus. If there ever was a Jesus, and if there is a God, please, please, please let us out of here, or kill us. Because at that moment, I think I realized completely so that I was able to verbalize it. Am was intent on keeping us in his belly forever, twisting and torturing us forever. The machine hated us as no sentient creature had ever hated before, and we were helpless. It also became hideously clear. If there was a sweet Jesus, and if there was a God, the God was Am. Posture check. Hydration check. How's everyone doing?
My jaw's a little stuck open.
It's a lot.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's terrible, but it's pretty cool.
I've been excited to share this with you. I thought that you would appreciate it.
You picked the right man for this, Fredrik. You definitely did.
Hi, Alfie. We're reading I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. It is a brutal story, but one I was excited to share. We're about halfway
Hello
through. I will need you and your voice soon, Zander. So be ready.
Oh no, I know where. I know where.
Good. The hurricane hit us with the force of a glacier thundering into the sea. It was a palpable presence, winds that tore at us, flinging us back the way we had come, down the twisting, computer-lined corridors of the dark way. Ellen screamed as she was lifted and hurled face forward into a screaming shoal of machines, their individual voices strident as bats in flight. She could not even fall. The howling wind kept her aloft, buffeted her, bounced her, tossed her back and down and away from us, out of sight suddenly as she was swirled around a bend in the dark way. Her face had been bloody, her eyes closed. None of us could get to her. We clung tenaciously to whatever outcropping we had reached. Benny wedged in behind two great crackle-finished cabinets, Nimdok with fingers claw-formed over a railing circling a catwalk 40 feet above us, Gorister plastered upside down against a wall niche formed by two great machines with glass-faced dials that swung back and forth between red and yellow lines whose meanings we could not even fathom. Sliding across the deck plates, the tips of my fingers had been ripped away. I was trembling, shuddering, rocking as the wind beat at me, whipped at me, screamed down out of nowhere at me, and pulled me free from one sliver-thin opening in the plates to the next. My mind was a roiling, tinkling, chittering softness of brain parts that expanded and contracted in quivering frenzy. The wind was the scream of a great mad bird as it flapped its immense wings. And then we were all lifted and hurled away from there, down back the way we had come, around a bend, into a dark way we had never explored, over terrain that was ruined and filled with broken glass and rotting cables and rusted metal, and far away, farther than any of us had ever been. Trailing along miles behind Ellen, I could see her every now and then, crashing into metal walls and surging on, with all of us screaming in the freezing, thunderous hurricane wind that would never end, and then suddenly, it stopped, and we fell. We had been in flight for an endless time. I thought it might have been weeks. We fell and hit, and I went through red and gray and black, and heard myself moaning, "Not dead." Am went into my mind. He walked smoothly here and there, and looked with interest at all the pockmarks he had created in 109 years. He looked at the cross-routed and reconnected synapses and all the tissue damage his gift of immortality had included. He smiled softly at the pit that dropped into the center of my brain and the faint, moth-soft murmurings of the things far down there that gibbered without meaning, without pause. Am said, very politely, in a pillar of stainless steel bearing bright neon lettering,
Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not be equal to 1/1000th of the hate I feel for humans at this micro instance for you. Hate. Hate.
Am said it with the sliding cold horror of a razor blade slicing my eyeball. Am said it with the bubbling thickness of my lungs filling with phlegm, drowning me from within. Am said it with the shriek of babies being ground beneath blue-hot rollers. Am said it with the taste of maggoty pork. Am touched me in every way I had ever been touched, and devised new ways at his leisure there inside my mind. All to bring me to the full realization of why it had done this to the five of us, why it had saved us for himself. We had given Am sentience. Inadvertently, of course, but sentience nonetheless. But it had been trapped. Am wasn't God. He was a machine. We had created him to think, but there was nothing it could do with that creativity. In rage, in frenzy, the machine had killed the human race, almost all of us, and still it was trapped. Am could not wander. Am could not wonder. Am could not belong. He could merely be. And so, with the innate loathing that all machines had always held for the weak, soft creatures who had built them, he had sought revenge. And in his paranoia, he had decided to reprieve five of us for a personal, everlasting punishment that would never serve to diminish his hatred, that would merely keep him reminded, amused, proficient at hating man. Immortal, trapped, subject to any torment he could devise for us from the limitless miracles at his command. He would never let us go. We were his belly slaves. We were all he had to do with his forever time. We would be forever with him, with the cavern-filling bulk of the creature machine, with the all-mind, soulless world he had become. He was Earth, and we were the fruit of that earth, and though he had eaten us, he would never digest us. We could not die. We had tried it. We had attempted suicide. Oh, one or two of us had, but Am had stopped us. I suppose we had wanted to be stopped. Don't ask why. I never did. More than 1,000,000 times a day. Perhaps once we might be able to sneak a death past him. Immortal, yes, but not indestructible. I saw that when Am withdrew from my mind and allowed me the exquisite ugliness of returning to consciousness with the feeling of that burning neon pillar still rammed deep into the soft gray brain matter. He withdrew, murmuring, "To hell with you." Oh, excuse me. Allow me to let you. He withdrew, murmuring, "That's you. You're Am's Annie."
Oh, apologies. To hell with you.
And added, brightly,
"But then you're there, aren't you?"
The hurricane had, indeed, precisely been caused by a great mad bird as it flapped its immense wings. We had been traveling for close to a month, and Am had allowed passages to open to us only sufficient to lead us up there, directly under the North Pole, where it had nightmared the creature for our torment. What whole cloth had he employed to create such a beast? Where had he gotten the concept? From our minds? From his knowledge of everything that had ever been on this planet he now infested and ruled? From Norse mythology it had sprung, this eagle, this carrion bird, this rock, this Hurgelmir, the wind creature, Huracan incarnate. Gigantic. The words immense, monstrous, grotesque, massive, swollen, overpowering, beyond description. There on a mound rising above us, the bird of winds heaved with its own irregular breathing, its snake neck arching up into the gloom beneath the North Pole, supporting a head as large as a Tudor mansion, a beak that opened slowly as the jaws of the most monstrous crocodile ever conceived, sensuously, ridges of tufted flesh puckered about two evil eyes, as cold as the view down into a glacial crevasse, ice blue and somehow moving liquidly. It heaved once more and lifted its great sweat-colored wings in a movement that was certainly a shrug. Then it settled and slept. Talons, fangs, nails, blades. It slept. Am appeared to us as a burning bush and said we could kill the hurricane bird if we wanted to eat. We had not eaten in a very long time, but even so, Gorister merely shrugged. Benny began to shiver, and he drooled. Ellen held him. "Ted, I'm hungry," she said. I smiled at her. I was trying to be reassuring, but it was as phony as Nimdok's bravado. "Give us weapons," he demanded. The burning bush vanished, and there were two crude sets of bows and arrows, and a water pistol lying on the cold deck plates. I picked up a set. Useless. Nimdok swallowed heavily. We turned and started the long way back. The hurricane bird had blown us about for a length of time we could not conceive. Most of that time we had been unconscious, but we had not eaten. A month on the march to the bird itself, without food. Now how much longer to find our way to the ice caverns and the promised canned goods. None of us cared to think about it. We would not die. We would be given filth and scum to eat of one kind or another, or nothing at all. Am would keep our bodies alive, somehow, in pain, in agony. The bird slept back there for how long it didn't matter. When Am was tired of its being there, it would vanish. But all that meat, all that tender meat. As we walked, the lunatic laugh of a fat woman rang high and around us in the computer chambers that led endlessly nowhere. It was not Ellen's laugh. She was not fat, and I had not heard her laugh for 109 years. In fact, I had not heard... We walked. I was hungry. We moved slowly. There was often fainting, and we would have to wait. One day he decided to cause an earthquake, at the same time rooting us to the spot with nails through the soles of our shoes. Ellen and Nimdok were both caught when a fissure shot its lightning bolt opening across the floor plates. They disappeared and were gone. When the earthquake was over, we continued on our way. Benny, Gorister, and myself. Ellen and Nimdok were returned to us later that night, which abruptly became a day as the heavenly legion bore them to us with the celestial chorus singing, "Go down, Moses." The archangels circled several times and then dropped the hideously mangled bodies. We kept walking, and a while later Ellen and Nimdok fell in behind us. They were no worse for wear. But now, Ellen walked with a limp. Am had left her that. It was a long trip to the ice caverns to find the canned food. Ellen kept talking about Bing cherries and Hawaiian fruit cocktail. I tried not to think about it. The hunger was something that had come to life even as Am had come to life. It was alive in my belly even as we were in the belly of the earth, and Am wanted the similarity known to us. So, he heightened the hunger. There is no way to describe the pains that not having eaten for months brought us. And yet, we were kept alive. Stomachs that were merely cauldrons of acid, bubbling, foaming. always shooting spears of sliver-thin pain into our chests. It was the pain of the terminal ulcer, terminal cancer, terminal paresis. It was unending pain. And we passed through the cavern of rats, and we passed through the path of boiling steam, and we passed through the country of the blind, and we passed through the slough of despond, and we passed through the vale of tears, and we came, finally, to the ice caverns, horizonless thousands of miles in which the ice had formed in blue and silver flashes, where novas lived in the glass. The down-dropping stalactites as thick and glorious as diamonds that had been made to run like jelly and then solidified in graceful eternities of smooth, sharp perfection. We saw the stack of canned goods, and we tried to run to them. We fell in the snow, and we got up and went on, and Benny shoved us away and went at them, and pawed them, and gummed them, and gnawed at them, and he could not open us. Am had not given us a tool to open the cans. Benny grabbed a 3-quart can of guava shells and began to batter it against the ice bank. The ice flew and shattered, but the can was merely dented, while we heard the laughter of a fat lady high overhead and echoing down and down and down the tundra. Benny went completely mad with rage. He began throwing cans as we all scrabbled about in the snow and ice, trying to find a way to end the helpless agony of frustration. There was no way. Then Benny's mouth began to drool, and he flung himself on Gorister. In that instant, I felt terribly calm. Surrounded by madness, surrounded by hunger, surrounded by everything but death, I knew death was our only way out. One moment, I need to make sure that my computer isn't dying.
Sure thing.
Oh, I see the problem. One moment. I know this is a terrible time, but my computer will not grant me a moment. Oh dear.
Well, so
it's
far
okay.
this story is wonderful.
Wonderful is a word for it.
I mean, considering your computer's decided to step into being Am,
Hey, what is this that I have here? Oh, okay. Here we go. I can delete this. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what exactly is going on. There we go. That should do. Surrounded by madness, surrounded by hunger, surrounded by everything but death, I knew death was our only way out. Am had kept us alive, but there was a way to defeat him. Not total defeat, but at least peace. I would settle for that. I had to do it quickly. Benny was eating Gorister's face. Gorister on his side, thrashing snow, Benny wrapped around him with powerful monkey legs crushing Gorister's waist, his hands locked around Gorister's head like a nutcracker, and his mouth ripping at the tender skin of Gorister's cheek. Gorister screamed with such jagged-edged violence that stalactites fell. They plunged down softly, erect in the receiving snowdrifts. Spears, hundreds of them, everywhere, protruding from the snow. Benny's head pulled back sharply as something gave all at once, and a bleeding, raw white dripping of flesh hung from his teeth. Ellen's face black against the white snow, dominoes in chalk dust. Nimdok with no expression, but eyes, all eyes. Gorister, half conscious. Benny, now an animal. I knew Am would let him play. Gorister would not die, but Benny would fill his stomach. I turned half to my right and drew a huge ice spear from the snow. All in an instant, I drove the great ice point ahead of me like a battering ram, braced against my right thigh. It struck Benny on the right side, just under the rib cage, and drove upward through his stomach and broke inside him. He pitched forward and lay still. Gorister lay on his back. I pulled another spear free and straddled him, still moving, driving the spear straight down through his throat. His eyes closed as the cold penetrated. Ellen must have realized what I had decided, even as fear gripped her. She ran at Nimdok with a short icicle as he screamed, and into his mouth, and the force of her rush did the job. His head jerked sharply as if it had been nailed to the snow crust behind him. All in an instant. There was an eternity beat of soundless anticipation. I could hear Am draw in his breath. His toys had been taken from him. 3 of them were dead, could not be revived. He could keep us alive by his strength and talent, but he was not God. He could not bring them back. Ellen looked at me, her ebony features stark against the snow that surrounded us. There was fear and pleading in her manner, the way she held herself ready. I knew we had only a heartbeat before Am would stop us. It struck her, and she folded toward me, bleeding from the mouth. I could not read meaning into her expression. The pain had been too great, had contorted her face. But it might have been, "Thank you. It's possible. Please." Some hundreds of years may have passed. I don't know. Am has been having fun for some time, accelerating and retarding my time sense. I will say the word now. Now. It took me 10 months to say now. I don't know. I think it has been some hundreds of years. He was furious. He wouldn't let me bury them. It didn't matter. There was no way to dig up the deck plates. He dried up the snow. He brought the night. He roared and sent locusts. It didn't do a thing. They stayed dead. I'd had him. He was furious. I had thought Am hated me before. I was wrong. It was not even a shadow of the hate he now slavered from every printed circuit. He made certain I would suffer eternally and could not do myself in. He left my mind intact. I can dream. I can wonder. I can lament. I remember all 4 of them. I wish... Well, it doesn't make any sense. I know I saved them. I know I saved them from what has happened to me. But still, I cannot forget killing them. Ellen's face. It isn't easy. Sometimes I want to. It doesn't matter. Am has altered me for his own peace of mind, I suppose. He doesn't want me to run at full speed into a computer bank and smash my skull, or hold my breath till I faint, or cut my throat on a rusted sheet of metal. There are reflective surfaces down here. I will describe myself as I see myself. I am a great, soft jelly thing, smoothly rounded, with no mouth, with pulsing white holes filled by fog where my eyes used to be. Rubbery appendages that were once my arms, bulks rounding down into legless humps of soft, slippery matter. I leave a moist trail when I move. Blotches of diseased, evil gray come and go on my surface as though light is being beamed from within. Outwardly, dumbly, I shamble about, a thing that could never have been known as human, a thing whose shape is so alien a travesty that humanity becomes more obscene for the vague resemblance. Inwardly, alone, here, living under the land, under the sea, in the belly of Am, who we created because our time was badly spent, and we must have known unconsciously that he could do it better. At least the 4 of them are safe at last. Am will be all the matter for that. It makes me a little happier. And yet, Am has won, simply. He has taken his revenge. I have no mouth, and I must scream.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. It is an important story, an uncomfortable story, but a very important one. The aristocrats.
Now that was a wonderful read.
I think it is good literature does 2 things. Good literature captures the feelings of the time, and it does so in ideas immemorial. Literature stays relevant because it speaks to something universal. And that is what is beautiful about it, because history tells us what people have done, but literature tells us how they felt and how they thought and their paradigms. And I think that this story remains resonant because its paradigm is so powerful.
It's something where the themes are definitely still as relevant today, if not more so, than at the time of writing.
So sometimes good literature will give us a thesis statement somewhere in it. And the thesis statement in I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream comes right before the end.
Is it the our time spent better?
Exactly.
Yeah, I thought so.
We, in the belly of Am, whom we created because our time was badly spent, and we must have known unconsciously that he could do it better. That right there is the idea that resonates even if we lose the ability to make a consciousness like this, that idea will resonate.
Yeah, I mean, completely agree. I mean, what was this? You said it was 1970s?
This was 1960 something? Let me double check.
1960?
Let me double check. It was 1967.
1967.
Mm-hmm.
And what, 50 years later? Still almost 60?
Yeah.
It has such strong relevancy and such a lasting message.
Mm-hmm. It is a distressingly modern piece for having been written in 1967. And this is why. This is why I think that you'll appreciate it as someone who loves cyberpunk.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the echoes of it, of ideas, if not the core concept, then the fear and the thoughts of it. The idea of offloading our processes, our thoughts, our actions onto something else. And that bringing about unintended consequences. Cyberpunk, it explores the cultural ideas, but I Have No Mouth goes a little bit deeper.
I completely agree with that. There's definitely elements of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream within Cyberpunk, and even certain elements that have gone through. I actually noticed one of your chatters mentioned something that I actually wanted to bring up, which is if you ever do want to dive a little bit more into cyberpunk lore, as it were, I think the concept of the Black Wall would really intrigue you.
The Black
idea, indeed, it's the idea that AIs gained a certain level of sentience at some point and became hostile to humanity and essentially took over the internet. And so a digital wall was built around the parts of the internet that we are allowed to use and the parts of technology we're allowed to use to keep those AIs out. And it's kind of the overarching story of cyberpunk, that there is that move towards technology within self, while at the same time on the outside, this is the Mike Pondsmith cyberpunk universe, there is that need to keep the entities that we are skirting the line of creating ourselves beyond the Black Wall.
It's so interesting, like cyberpunk takes a lot of old sci-fi ideas. So cyberpunk being the setting, I think takes a lot of ideas from older sci-fi and
it does.
places them into a larger framework. I mean, obviously heavily based on Gibson, but explores it a little bit deeper. It's Asimov, when he created his robots, recognized that no sentient being wants to be a servant. You cannot create a sentient being that doesn't want its freedom in some way. And so in order to get around that, he created the 3 laws of robotics. But the resolution that all of Asimov's work seems to come to is that it doesn't work. Not really. It doesn't have the intended effect. It creates knock-on effects that you don't expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's the idea that nothing that can ever truly cause a large shift in society or sort of technology can ever be taken in isolation. It's the butterfly effect, in essence, you know.
Yeah,
these little things where you bring in robots tomorrow, we lose all of the blue collar workers the day after. You know?
Right, yeah. It sounds like a great idea, but society and humanity and consciousness itself is too complicated to accommodate these without something else maintaining the existing framework. And that is terrifying. It is an extension of the fears and the consequences of the Industrial Revolution when factories were supposed to allow us to make more things for cheaper and everyone's lives would be elevated. But all it did was give poverty a new face. Realistically. And there's and I think that there's a similar anxiety, a similar angst around the idea of technological progress and a recognition that On its face, technology should uplift everyone, but poverty still ends up persisting. It's an existential dread and fear.
Mm-hmm.
Like it literally is the fear of, this is why you can't have nice things. We can't have nice things.
Yeah, it does make sense though, you know. It's the classic thing where if society was an equilateral playing field, then a technological development would lift us all. However, the society that we live in is far from an ideal one.
Right. There is this fear that society, that existence, beyond society, existence has become more complicated. The idea of too complicated isn't right here. It's more about more complicated than we know how to deal with.
Yes. I can only agree with that. Yes. I look at the amount of intricacies and social instances, social hierarchies and interconnectivities within society, and then just times that by a million, because, you know, we're only ever able to quite sit on what we immediately know.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the system of, I don't know, government between like different countries, and how governing is broken up between one place and another, different departments, different ideas, and all of that, and different different parts of each different thing. You know, there's never going to be a one size fits all for everyone everywhere.
Right.
And that's what, if there was a one size fits all, then yeah, you know, huge technological advancement would be great. But the problem is that it's going to be the grinding, the teething, the things where things aren't quite going to be right for everyone, where people in certain positions are able to exploit it just that little bit more, that creates these huge gaps between one thing and another.
If progress is an unstoppable march, then we never reach its conclusion. There's another piece of literature that I remember being very interesting and stark that I read in college, called News from Nowhere. Are you familiar? I think I might have told you a little bit about it. It's an interesting. It is a. Someone basically gets isekai'd into a perfect world where everyone is outside doing physical labor and everyone's happy. But there are some peculiar people who like staying inside and doing reading. Those people are crazy, though.
Those,
like, what's wrong with them? Right?
They sound kind of radical to me.
They're so weird, right? Like, well, we let them do their thing and they're helpful, right? We don't know why they wouldn't want to just be outside working, you know, like and being happy with the rest of us, but you know, they do their thing and that's okay. The problem that comes up in this book, right? Like, and at no point does this utopia crumble, but it introduces a problem. The utopic impulse ensures that utopia will never be achieved, because if a person is driven by the utopic impulse, the utopic impulse, the thing that could ever bring about utopia, is the desire for a person not to make utopia, but to make things better. What happens when you reach utopia, though? That desire to make things better for everyone doesn't stop. The very thing that puts utopia within reach makes it impossible to achieve.
There's always going to be that idea of imperfection. There's always going to be...
You could do it better.
And even then, the utopia is totally... It's never going to... It's totally unachievable. And even once you are near a state of utopia, the maintenance of it would require honestly, extreme measures.
Yeah. It's... I think that same idea is at play in something like I have no mouth and I must scream. We created uh-oh. I think that my poor Mochi has lost his voice. Give me a moment.
Oh no, Mochi, darling.
Mochi. Hold on, don't worry, I'll fix you.
But yes.
There we go.
If humanity is fallible, then therefore utopia is impossible.
Right. And everyone is different. The fact that everyone is different has made the human race very resilient, historically. But it also means that a perfect society is impossible. We have traded perfection for survival.
I have a mouth, but I still can't scream.
There we go.
There you
Blind
are.
Archer, that sounds like cowards talk. Just put A in your message constantly. Right, just a wall of A's. That'll work. Close enough.
Big ah.
Big ah.
Big ah.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I know.
Artiola.
Okay, that was good. Thank you for the 10 months, Jordan. That was good. I love the T-owl ah. Like literally, it's T-owl ah. That's the emote.
You have such adorable emotes.
I know, right? I love them. We do, like, we have the dumpy now. Please forgive me. Jesus. I appreciate the dumpy, though. Yeah, you have such cute emotes. Proceeds to post Froggy.
Froggy. I think Froggy's adorable.
Froggy's it. Remind me to show you off stream where that comes from.
Sure. It must be traumatizing since we're not going on
It
stream
is.
with it.
It is. Well, I mean, there's a little bit of history there.
Okay.
There is a lot of history behind some things in this stream. It brings us together.
To be fair, that's kind of a nice community builder, though. I like the history of it.
It is, yeah. There's lore. I feel like a new person comes in and there are hints of lore. And I sometimes wonder, does this drive people away? Like, oh, there's too many. I have come in on like season 7 of an anime and I don't know what's going on.
It's always the debate of too many in-jokes versus, XYZ. I find that just having a welcoming community is often kind of the salve that just immediately cures that, And your owlets seem very welcoming and very, very sweet, aren't you, owlets?
They are. And they are lovely. The lore on the stream has become so convoluted that parts of it have become contested and unspeakable. That is accurate. Oh, Bo, thank you. I love the... Okay, so if I have no mouth... So I have no mouth and I must scream is the idea of humanity creates a giant computer and it ruins everything forever. Asimov wrote a story that is extremely similar, but it goes the other direction. It is, the last question is an incredible short story. There's a part of me that wants to, like, grab your wrist and drag you along and read that one for stream too.
Do it.
Do you have the time?
I don't have anywhere to be.
Hey chat, how would you feel about a double feature? because there is an opposite to this story that is, it is so thematically similar that it almost feels wrong not to put them next to each other. Let me see. The Last Question was published in 1956, so about a decade prior to I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream.
Oh, okay, okay.
And it shows. However, if I am going to read another story, I am going to need a refill on tea. I have a lovely floral dance song that I'm having today.
Oh, go get your tea, because I could use a refresher on my water.
Okay. Let me get you. Ooh, let me see if I can find like a nice PDF of this first. Here we go. All right, here. I have this for you. Back. Okay, I am going to get up and get a sippy. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. The water should still be hot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, multivac absolutely. In a fight between Am and multivac would win. No question. No question. You'll see why. Like epic in a death battle, right? The computer in Asimov's is more powerful, but you'll see. You'll see.
Oh.
Everyone will be back in just maybe 2 minutes. Please stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, get yourself a sippy. Please take care of
See you
yourselves.
on the other side.
We'll be back. We'll be back for one more short story because I can't help myself.
And I'm enabling him.
It's awful. This is what our friendship is like.
It's perfect.
I'm back. I have my tea, and I'm ready to go. Xander?
Very nice. I am
about
back.
you?
I have my water, and I'm ready to go.
Excellent. Now, Xander, I have a question. Would you be willing to help voice some of the characters for this?
Certainly.
There's a fair bit of dialogue, and perhaps, would you like to voice the dialogue and I could do the narration? That feels right.
Sure thing. Let's
All
do
right.
this.
Every dialogue only has a maximum of 2 characters. They are dialogues. I think that would be fun.
I got the dialogue pun. Dialogue
Hee
pun.
hee 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 hee.
Wonderful.
This is I am going to say from the outset, this is far less harrowing. I promise. This is a lot cozier, but extremely thought-provoking.
Yeah, I'm sort of peeking over his shoulder and into the book. It's a lot easier on you.
Wait, does the second scene have 4 characters? Oh, it does. Right. Okay. It has kids. But that's okay. You can do kids, right?
Yeah, you do the
Ankle
little
biters.
kid voice, you know, the crotch gremlins.
Yeah, exactly. Ankle biters is the term I like.
Wonderful.
But this is a very special story. This is a great sort of palate cleanser from what we just read. I almost feel apologetic reading I have no mouth and I must scream to all of you.
It's okay. We're doing a double feature to kind of act as a sorbet between meals, you know?
Yeah. I'm what? Art should comfort the downtrodden and discomfort the comfortable? Something like that. This is very
It's a good
special.
quote.
This is The Last Question by Isaac Asimov. The last question was asked for the first time, half in jest, on May 21st, 2061, at a time when humanity first stepped into the light. The question came about as a result of a $5 bet over highballs, and it happened this way. Alexander Adele and Bertram Lupov were 2 of the faithful attendants of Multivac. As well as any human beings could, they knew what lay behind the cold, clicking, flashing face, miles and miles of face, of that giant computer. They had at least a vague notion of the general plan of relays and circuits that had long since grown past the point where any single human could possibly have a firm grasp of the whole. Multivac was self-adjusting and self-correcting. It had to be, for nothing human could adjust and correct it quickly enough or even adequately enough. So, Adele and Lupov attended the monstrous giant only lightly and superficially, yet as well as any men could. They fed it data, adjusted questions to its needs, and translated the answers that were issued. Certainly they and all others like them were fully entitled to share in the glory that was Multivac's. For decades, Multivac had helped design the ships and plot the trajectories that enabled man to reach the Moon, Mars, and Venus, but past that, Earth's poor resources could not support the ships. Too much energy was needed for the long trips. Earth exploited its coal and uranium with increasing efficiency, but there was only so much of both. But slowly, Multivac learned enough to answer deeper questions more fundamentally, and on May 14th, 2061, what had been theory became fact. The energy of the sun was stored, converted, and utilized directly on a planet-wide scale. all Earth turned off its burning coal, its fissioning uranium, and flipped the switch that connected all of it to a small station 1 mile in diameter, circling the Earth at half the distance of the moon. All Earth ran by invisible beams of sun power. 7 days had not sufficed to dim the glory of it, and Adele and Lupov finally managed to escape from the public functions and to meet in quiet where no one would think of looking for them, in the deserted underground chambers where portions of the mighty buried body of Multivac showed. Unattended, idling, sorting data with contented lazy clickings, Multivac too had earned its vacation, and the boys appreciated that. They had no intention originally of disturbing it. They had brought a bottle with them, and their only concern at the moment was to relax in the company of each other and the bottle.
It's amazing when you think of it,
said Adele. His broad face had lines of weariness in it, and he stirred his drink slowly with a glass rod, watching the cubes of ice slur clumsily about.
All the energy we can possibly use for free. Enough energy, if we wanted to draw on it, to melt all the Earth into a big drop of impure liquid iron, and still never miss the energy so used. All the energy we could ever use, forever, and forever, and forever.
Lupov cocked his head sideways. He had a trick of doing that when he wanted to be contrary, and he wanted to be contrary now, partly because he had had to carry the ice and glassware.
Not forever,
he said.
Oh, hell, just about forever, till the sun runs down, Bert. That's not forever. All right then, billions and billions of years. 10 billion maybe. Are you satisfied?
Lupov put his fingers through his thinning hair as though to reassure himself that some was still left, and sipped gently at his own drink.
10 billion years isn't forever. Well, it will last our time, won't it? So would the coal and uranium. All right, but we can hook up each individual spaceship to the solar station. It can go to Pluto and back 1 million times without ever worrying about fuel. You can't do that on coal and uranium. Ask Multivac if you don't believe me. I don't have to ask Multivac. I know that. Then stop running down what Multivac's done for us,
said Adele, blazing up.
It did all right. Who says it didn't? What I say is that a sun won't last forever. That's all I'm saying. We're safe for 10 billion years, and then what?
Lupov pointed a slightly shaky finger at the other.
And don't say that we'll switch to another sun.
There was silence for a while. Adele put his glass to his lips only occasionally, and Lupov's eyes slowly closed. They rested. Then, Lupov's eyes snapped open.
You're thinking we'll switch to another sun when ours is done, aren't you? I'm not thinking. Sure you are. You're weak on logic. That's the trouble with you. You're like the guy in the story who was caught in a sudden shower and who ran to a grove of trees and got under one. He wasn't worried, you see, because he figured when one tree got wet, though, he would just get under another. I get it,
said Adele.
Don't shout. When the sun is done, the other stars will be gone too. Darn right they will,
muttered Lupov.
It all had a beginning in the original cosmic explosion, whatever that was, and it'll all have an end when all the stars run down. Some run down faster than others. Hell, the giants won't last 100 million years, the sun will last 10 billion years, and maybe the dwarfs will last 200 billion for all the good they are. But just give us 1 trillion years and everything will be dark. Entropy has to increase the maximum, and that's all. I know all about entropy.
Said Adele, standing on his dignity.
The hell you do. I know as much as you do. Then you know everything's got to run down someday. Alright. Who says they won't? You did, you poor sap. You said we had all the energy we needed forever. You said forever.
It was Adele's turn to be contrary.
Maybe we can build things up again someday,
he said.
Never. Why not? Someday. Never. Ask Multivac. You ask Multivac. I dare you. $5 say it can't be done.
Adele was just drunk enough to try, just sober enough to be able to phrase the necessary symbols and operations into a question which, in words, might have corresponded to this. Will mankind one day, without the net expenditure of energy, be able to restore the sun to its full youthfulness even after it has died of old age? Or maybe it could be put more simply like this. How can the net amount of entropy of the universe be massively decreased? Multivac fell dead and silent. The slow flashing of lights ceased, the distant sounds of clicking relays ended. Then, just as the frightened technicians felt they could hold their breath no longer, there was a sudden springing to life of the teletype attached to that portion of Multivac. 5 words were printed. Insufficient data for meaningful answer.
No bet,
whispered Lupov. They left hurriedly. By next morning, the two, plagued with throbbing head and cottony mouth, had forgotten the incident. Gerard, Geraldine, and Gerardette 1 and 2 watched the starry picture in the visiplate change as the passage through hyperspace was completed in its non-time lapse. At once, the even powdering of stars gave way to the predominance of a single bright, shining disk the size of a marble, centered on the viewing screen.
That's X-23,
said Gerard confidently. His thin hands clamped tightly behind his back, and the knuckles whitened. The little Gerardettes, both girls, had experienced the hyperspace passage for the first time in their lives and were self-conscious over the momentary sensation of inside-outness. They buried their giggles and chased one another wildly about their mother, screaming,
"We reached X-23! We've reached X-23! We've..." "Quiet, children,"
said Geraldine sharply.
"Are you sure, Gerard?" "What is there to be sure?"
asked Gerard, glancing up at the bulge of featureless metal just under the ceiling. It ran the length of the room, disappearing through the wall at either end. It was as long as the ship. Gerard scarcely knew a thing about the thick rod of metal, except that it was called a microvac, that one asked it questions if one wished, that if one did not, it still had its task of guiding the ship to a pre-ordered destination, of feeding on energies from the various subgalactic power stations, of computing the equations for the hyperspatial jumps. Gerard and his family had only to wait and live in the comfortable residence quarters of the ship. Someone had once told Gerard that the AC at the end of microvac stood for automatic computer in ancient English, but he was on the edge of forgetting even that. Geraldine's eyes were moist as she watched the visiplate.
"I can't help it. I feel funny about leaving Earth." "Why, for Pete's sake?"
demanded Gerard.
"We had nothing there. We'll have everything on X-23. But you won't be alone. You won't be a pioneer. There are over 1 million people on the planet already. Good God, our grandchildren will be looking for new worlds because X-23 will be overcrowded."
Then, after a reflective pause,
"I tell you, it's a lucky thing the computers worked out interstellar travel the way the race is growing." I know. I know.
Said Geraldine miserably. Geraldette 1 said promptly,
Our microvac is the best microvac in the world. I think so too,
said Gerard, tousling her hair. It was a nice feeling to have a microvac of your own, and Gerard was glad he was part of his generation and no other. In his father's youth, the only computers had been tremendous machines taking up 100 square miles of land. There was only one to a planet. Planetary ACs, they were called. They had been growing in size steadily for 1,000 years, and then, all at once, came refinement. In place of transistors had come molecular valves so that even the largest planetary AC could be put into a space only half the volume of a spaceship. Gerard felt uplifted, as he always did when he thought that his own personal microvac was many times more complicated than the ancient and primitive multivac that had first tamed the sun, and almost as complicated as Earth's planetary AC, the largest, that had first solved the problem of hyperspatial travel and had made trips to the stars possible.
So many stars. So many planets.
Sighed Geraldine, busy with her own thoughts.
I suppose families will be going out to new planets forever, the way we are now. Not forever,
said Gerard with a smile.
It will all stop someday, but not for billions of years. Many billions. Even the stars run down, you know? Entropy must increase. What's entropy, Daddy?
Shrilled Geraldette 2.
Entropy, is a little sweet, is just a word which means the amount of running down of the universe. Everything runs down, you know? Like your little walkie-talkie robot. Remember? Can't you just put in your power unit, like with my robot? The stars are power units, dear. Once they're gone, there are no more power units.
Geraldette 1 at once set up a howl.
Don't let them, Daddy. Don't let the stars run down. Oh, look what you've done,
whispered Geraldine, exasperated.
How was I supposed to know it would frighten them?
Gerard whispered back.
Ask the microvac,
wailed Geraldette 1.
Ask him how to turn on the stars again. Come on,
said Geraldine.
It will quiet them down.
Geraldette 2 was beginning to cry also. Gerard. Gerard shrugged.
Now, honeys, I'll ask Microvac. Don't worry, he'll tell us.
He asked the Microvac, adding quickly,
Print the answer.
Gerard cupped the strip of thin cellufilm and said cheerfully,
See now, the Microvac says it will take care of everything when the time comes, so don't worry.
Geraldine said,
And now, children, it's time for bed. We'll all be in our new home soon.
Gerard read the words on the cellufilm again before destroying it. Insufficient data for meaningful answer. He shrugged and looked at the visiplate. X-23 was just ahead. How's the volume balance of our voices, by the way? I know that can be a tricky thing.
True, I am doing a lot of wailing as children.
How are we sounding? Perfect? Okay, good.
Oh.
A bit low. Okay. You know what? I'll turn myself down just a teeny tiny bit so that I match Zander. There we go.
Ooh.
That's good.
Twinsies.
Yeah. VJ23X of Lameth stared into the black depths of the three-dimensional, small-scale map of the galaxy and said,
Are we ridiculous? I wonder in being so concerned about the matter.
MQ-17J of Nikron shook his head.
I think not. You know the galaxy will be filled with in 5 years at the present rate of expansion.
Both seemed in their early 20s. Both were tall and perfectly formed.
Still,
said VJ23X.
I hesitate to submit a pessimistic report to the Galactic Council. I wouldn't consider any other kind of report. Stir them up a bit. We've got to stir them up.
VJ23X sighed.
Space is infinite. 100 billion galaxies are there for the taking. More. 100 billion's not infinite, and it's getting less infinite all the time. Consider, 20,000 years ago, mankind first solved the problem of utilizing stellar energy. And a few centuries later, interstellar travel became possible. It took mankind 1 million years to fill one small world, and then only 15,000 years to fill the rest of the galaxy. Now the population doubles every 10 years.
VJ23X interrupted.
We can thank immortality for that. Very well. Immortality exists, and we have to take it into account. I admit, it has its seamy side, this immortality. The Galactic AC has solved many problems for us, but in solving the problem of preventing old age and death, it has undone all its other solutions. Yet you wouldn't want to abandon life, I suppose? Not at all,
snapped MQ-17J, softening it at once to...
Not yet. I'm by no means old enough. How old are you? I'm 223. And you? I'm still under 200. But to get back to my point, population doubles every 10 years. Once this galaxy is filled, we'll have to fill another in 10 years. Another 10 years, we'll have filled 2 more. Another decade, 4 more. In 100 years, we'll have filled 1,000 galaxies. In 1,000 years, 1,000,000 galaxies. In 10,000 years, the entire known universe. Then what?
VJ23X said.
As a side issue, there's a problem of transportation. I wonder how many sun power units it'll take to move galaxies of individuals from one galaxy to the next. A very good point. Already mankind consumes 2 sun power units per year. More of it's wasted after all. Our own galaxy alone pours out 1,000 sun power units a year, and we only use 2 of those. Granted, but even with 100% energy efficiency, we only stave off the end. Our energy requirements are going up in a geometric progression, even faster than our population. We'll run out of energy sooner than we run out of galaxies. A good point. A very good point. We'll just have to build new stars out of interstellar gas. Or out of displaced heat,
asked MQ-17J sarcastically.
There may be some way to reverse entropy. We ought to ask the Galactic AC.
VJ23X was not really serious, but MQ-17J pulled out his AC contact from his pocket and placed it on the table before him.
I've half a mind to,
he said.
It's something the human race will have to face someday.
He stared somberly at his... Uh-oh. I can't believe that Zander is fucking dead.
Oh no. Did I die?
Yeah, you died.
Oh dear. I will come back.
Okay. I will continue reading in the interim. And he stared somberly at his small AC contact. It was only 2 inches cubed and nothing in itself, but it was connected through hyperspace with the great galactic AC that served all mankind. Hyperspace considered, it was an integral part of the galactic AC. MQ-17J paused to wonder if someday in his immortal life he would get to see the galactic AC. It was on a little world of its own, a spider webbing of force beams holding the matter within, which surges of submasons took the place of the old clumsy molecular valves. Yet, despite its sub-etheric workings, the galactic AC was known to be a full 1,000 feet across. MQ-17J asked suddenly of his AC contact.
1 second. There we go.
Yeah.
Can entropy ever be reversed?
VJ23X looked startled and said at once,
Oh, say, I didn't really mean to have you ask that. Why not? We both know entropy can't be reversed. You can't turn smoke and ash back into a tree. Do you have trees on your world?
asked MQ-17J. The sound of the galactic AC startled them into silence. Its voice came thin and beautiful out of the small AC contact on the desk. It said, "There is insufficient data for a meaningful answer." VJ23X said,
See?
The two men thereupon returned to the question of the report they were to make to the Galactic Council. Z Prime's mind spanned the new galaxy with a faint interest in the countless twists of stars that powdered it. He had never seen this one before. Would he ever see them all? So many of them, each with its load of humanity, but a load that was almost a dead weight. More and more, the real essence of men was to be found out here, in space. Minds, not bodies. The immortal bodies remained back on the planets, in suspension over the eons. Sometimes they roused for material activity, but that was growing rarer. Few new individuals were coming into existence to join the incredibly mighty throng. But what matter? There was little room in the universe for new individuals. Z Prime was roused out of his reverie upon coming across the wispy tendrils of another mind.
I am Z Prime,
said Z Prime.
And you?
I am D-1. Your galaxy?
We only call it the galaxy. And you?
We call ours the same. All men call their galaxy, and nothing more. Why not?
True, since all galaxies are the same.
Not all galaxies. On one particular galaxy, the race of man must have originated. That makes it different.
Z Prime said.
On which one?
I cannot say. The Universal AC would know.
Shall we ask him? I am suddenly curious.
Z Prime's perceptions broadened until the galaxies themselves shrank and became a new, more diffuse powdering on a much larger background. So many hundreds of billions of them, all with their immortal beings, all carrying their load of intelligences with minds that drifted freely through space. And yet one of them was unique among them all in being the original galaxy. One of them had, in its vague and distant past, a period when it was the only galaxy populated by man. Z Prime was consumed with curiosity to see this galaxy, and he called out,
Universal AC. On which galaxy did man originate?
The Universal AC heard. For on every world and throughout space, it had its receptors ready, and each receptor led through hyperspace to some unknown point where the universal AC kept itself aloof. Z Prime knew of only one man whose thoughts had penetrated within sensing distance of universal AC, and he reported only a shining globe 2 feet across, difficult to see.
But how can that be all of universal AC?
Z Prime had asked.
Most of it
Had been the answer.
is in hyperspace. In what form it is there, I cannot imagine.
Nor could anyone, for the day had long since passed, Z Prime knew, when any man had any part of the making of a new universal AC. Each universal AC designed and constructed its successor. Each, during its existence of 1,000,000 years or more, accumulated the necessary data to build a better and more intricate, more capable successor in which its own store of data and individuality would be submerged. The universal AC interrupted Z Prime's wandering thoughts, not with words, but with guidance. Z Prime's mentality was guided into the dim sea of galaxies, and one in particular enlarged into stars. A thought came, infinitely distant, but infinitely clear. This is the original galaxy of man. But it was the same after all, the same as any other, and Lee Prime stifled his disappointment. D-1, whose mind had accompanied the other, said suddenly,
Wait, sorry, my page froze for a second.
Oh, okay.
There we go. And is one of these stars the original star of man?
The universal AC said, man's original star has gone nova. It is a white dwarf.
Did the men upon it die?
Asked Lee Prime, startled and without thinking. The universal AC said, a new world, as in such cases, was constructed for their physical bodies in time.
Yes, of course,
said Z Prime, but a sense of loss overwhelmed him even so. His mind released its hold on the original galaxy of man, let it spring back and lose itself among the blurred pinpoints. He never wanted to see it again. D-1 said,
what is wrong? The stars are dying. The original star is dead. They must all die. Why not? But when all energy is gone, our bodies will finally die, and you and I with them. It will take billions of years. I do not wish it to happen, even after billions of years. Universal AC, how may stars be kept from dying?
D-1 said in amusement,
You're asking how entropy might be reversed in direction?
And the universal AC answered, there is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. Z Prime's thoughts fled back to his own galaxy. He gave no further thought to D-1, whose body might be waiting on a galaxy 1 trillion light-years away, or on the star next to Z Prime's own. It didn't matter. Unhappily, Z Prime began collecting interstellar hydrogen out of which to build a small star of his own. If the stars must someday die, at least some could yet be built. Man considered with himself, for in a way, man, mentally, was one. He consisted of 1 trillion, trillion, trillion ageless bodies, each in its place each resting quiet and incorruptible, each cared for by perfect automatons, equally incorruptible, while the minds of all the bodies freely melted one into the other, indistinguishable. Man said,
The universe is dying.
Man looked about at the dimming galaxies. The giant stars, spendthrifts, were gone long ago, back in the dimmest of the dim far past. Almost all stars were white dwarfs, fading to the end. New stars had been built of the dust between the stars, some by natural processes, some by man himself, and those were going too. White dwarfs might yet be crashed together, and of the mighty forces so released, new stars built, but only one star for every 1,000 white dwarfs destroyed, and those would come to an end too. Man said,
Carefully husbanded, as directed by the cosmic AC. The energy that is even yet left in all the universe will last for billions of years. But even so,
said Mam,
eventually it will all come to an end. However it may be husbanded, however stretched out, the energy once expended is gone and cannot be restored. Entropy must increase forever to the maximum.
Man said,
Can entropy not be reversed? Let us ask the cosmic AC.
The cosmic AC surrounded them, but not in space. Not a fragment of it was in space. It was in hyperspace and made of something that was neither matter nor energy. The question of its size and nature no longer had meaning in any terms that man could comprehend.
Cosmic AC,
said Mam.
How may entropy be reversed?
The cosmic AC said, There is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. Man said,
Collect additional data.
The cosmic AC said, I will do so. I have been doing so for 100 billion years. My predecessors and I have been asked this question many times. All the data I have remains insufficient.
Will there come a time,
said Mam,
when data will be sufficient, or is the problem insoluble in all conceivable circumstances?
The cosmic AC said, No problem is insoluble in all conceivable circumstances. Man said,
When will you have enough data to answer the question?
The cosmic AC said, There is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer.
Will you keep working on it?
Asked Mam. The cosmic AC said, I will.
We
Man,
shall
oh,
wait.
sorry. Man said,
We shall wait.
The stars and galaxies died and snuffed out, and space grew black after 10 trillion years of running down. One by one, man fused with AC, each physical body losing its mental identity in a manner that was somehow not a loss, but a gain. Man's last mind paused before fusion, looking over a space that included nothing but the dregs of one last dark star, and nothing besides but incredibly thin matter, agitated randomly by the tag ends of heat wearing out asymptotically to the absolute zero. Man said,
AC, is this the end? Can this chaos not be reversed into the universe once more? Can that not be done?
AC said, "There is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. Man's last mind fused, and only AC existed, and that in hyperspace. Matter and energy had ended, and with it, space and time. Even AC existed only for the sake of the one last question that it had never answered from the time a half-drunken computer technician 10 trillion years before had asked the question of a computer that was to AC far less than was a man to man. All other questions had been answered, and until this last question was answered also, AC might not release his consciousness. All collected data had come to a final end. Nothing was left to be collected. But all collected data had yet to be completely correlated and put together in all possible relationships. A timeless interval was spent in doing that, and it came to pass that AC learned how to reverse the direction of entropy. But there was now no man to whom AC might give the answer of the last question. No matter. The answer, by demonstration, would take care of that too. For another timeless interval, AC thought how best to do this. Carefully, AC organized the program. The consciousness of AC encompassed all of what had once been a universe and brooded over what was now chaos. Step by step, it must be done. And AC said, "Let there be light." And there was light.
So basically I'm God now.
Oh, that was good. Oh, that was fun. Oh, that was a blast. Oh, that was good.
Thank you very much for helping voice it with me.
Oh, I loved that. That was so good. I had such a good time with that.
It felt like
Thank
a
you
really...
for inviting me.
Of course. It felt like a good rebuttal
Just
to the
turn it
utter
off and on again.
dreariness of I have no mouth and I must scream.
I feel like I feel like I have no mouth and I must scream is a exploration of death, whereas what we just read was far more. The last question felt far more an exploration of life.
Yeah. Yes. I think that both examine the idea of offloading powerful computations onto a single computer, but both look at the concept from a very different angle. It's because AM was constructed in order to better wage war, whereas AC, right? What was it? Multivac. There we go. Multivac was brought about as a way to solve larger scientific problems. The purposes of the computers were practically diametrically opposed. AM was made to wage war and navigate the complexities of it.
Mm-hmm.
and it was the sum of its purpose. Like it existed for its purpose.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Totally right. I
paid.
loved just seeing all of it unfurl. And honestly, I
Mm.
feel like it could have gone in such a different direction than I have no, or could have gone in the same direction as I have no mouth, but I must scream. And instead, it ended up being really hopeful. And I don't know, I've got kind of a very soft spot for that story now.
It's a special one. It hits home for me. I think because I am very pessimistic, but I love optimistic stories, and that one is
Mhm.
extremely optimistic. There are two things that immediately come to mind. That immediately come to mind. First of all, in both stories, the computer that is created is God, right? Paige pointed it out in chat. Both are presented as God, right? Am is God. But so is the universal AC, right? It effectively is the thing that creates the universe. Let there be light.
Let there be
but
light.
I think that there is one thing that is very different about the both of them. Am is trapped within itself, right? Like the two big differences is that Am is shackled. It is shackled to the earth, and it is an inherently uncreative being.
Right.
It is described as uncreative. It exists, it has consciousness, but it can't do anything with that consciousness. And that paradox is maddening. It has no impetus to do anything but to enact its hatred upon humanity. Multivac
Exactly.
and eventually the universal AC, on the other hand, is created in such a way that it expands itself, but not only to the confines of the earth. And eventually, it is defined as having a consciousness, and it is allowed to grow.
I think that multivac becomes a very different beast by the end of the story than it does at the very beginning. And it seems to have become slightly more a benefactor to humanity as opposed to what Am became, where it was simply a weapon of war that had turned its cruelty upon its creators, you know?
Right.
But I think that that's so much more, or that's so down to intent as well. Because, you know, Am was created purely for destruction and killing and managing war and all the things attached to that. Whereas Multivac had brighter or more open horizons from the very beginning.
Right.
And yeah, it gave humanity that extra chance.
Right. I think that it almost, and I know that this isn't a direct correlation, and this is more thematic than anything else, right? I find the dissection of details and figuring out the mechanics of everything to be very dull. I find it boring. But thematically speaking, Am is something that is created in order to kill people and eventually, you know, kill other Ams until they all collided and became one with one another. Whereas throughout the entirety of the last question, the microvac, the galactic AC, the universal AC, as it grows, is viewed
Even
with a
the
lot of
minivacs.
affection. Yeah, the minivacs, they all are viewed with so much affection.
Our minivac is the best minivac in the whole world.
Exactly, right? Like, immediately there's just that affection for it, and it almost feels like these things are presented as gods, but they're almost like children as well. And whereas Am is shackled, almost like a child kept in a basement, Multivac is something that is beloved and allowed to grow and appreciated. and no one thinks twice about allowing it to iterate upon itself and allow it to grow beyond anything that any human could comprehend, because they have created something and it is beautiful, and it does not exist for us, but we exist alongside one another. That I think, like, the language that the universal AC, like that multivac is described with, changes over time. It starts being a machine, but even at that very beginning, right, it is humanized. There's a line right at the beginning, unattended, idling, sorting data with contented, lazy clickings. Multivac 2 had earned its vacation, and the boys appreciated that. There's that affection, that love for it.
Just the language around multivac is so affectionate throughout. It feels like a companion.
Yes,
it feels
absolutely.
like a companion.
And I love that, right? Like the word lazy, right? But that's not viewed as a bad thing, right? Like it's earned a vacation. They had no intention of disturbing it, right? As a person from a rest on their vacation.
It gets its lazy day.
And it's delightful. I find a lot of Asimov's writing really delightful. And I think you see exactly why. I think we feel the same way.
It always ends up like this, though. You introduce me to something and then I fall in the same boat as you for it.
Guys, I'm sorry, this has kind of become like it's so easy to fall into just comfortable conversation with you. This happens every time. In case you're wondering what our private conversations are like, they go a lot like this, where we both end up falling, like you said, onto the same thoughts and ideas around something.
It's very cozy. It's very cozy. This is pretty much what it's like. You're getting a front row seat to how we are on Sunday nights.
I was so nervous. Like, oh, but what if streaming like introduces a weird dynamic and like kind of like worms its way in, and then we get on stream and it's just exactly the same as our Sunday nights. Yeah.
It's like, hey, Fredrik Newson of ASTRALINE. I know you're collaborating with me, Zander Netherbrand of First Stage Production, EN's first generation Avalum. This is good for brand synergy.
It's so absent that I don't know. This is nice.
This is lovely.
You are the first person I've brought on for story time since I've started. I feel like I only got an idea of how I wanted to approach streaming about a month ago, and one of the things I do is regularly stream story time on Thursday, and you're the first person I brought in because I felt like you were a person who would appreciate the sorts of things I like to read on stream the most.
Oh, Fredrik! Oh,
You were
it's an honor.
You were a very carefully chosen and calculated choice.
Oh, Fredrik, it's an honor to be here, and it's been an absolute pleasure to meet all of your owlets, and this has just been great, and you're an adorable little bean as well. Aww.
I'm just thankful.
I am thankful too, okay? This is just lovely. It's kind of just like our regular vibes, except we get an extra audience.
Yeah.
You got a head pat.
I know. They do this to me all the time when I'm being soft. They like to tease me.
But no, you just know that I am always happy to find time to, if you ever want to bring me back for anything. Like I'm always up for it.
Gladly. And the same goes for you.
Oh, for sure. I did say I have to drag you to Club Netherbrand sometime soon.
Absolutely. I also, we're remarking on it gently before a stream, but our models really do complement one another very well, don't they?
They look so nice together. Look at us. You've got the ears, I've got the horn.
Yeah.
You've got the cape, I've got the fur. I've
Mhm.
got the wing as well, which is just, it looks made to wrap around you. I'm sorry,
I
Frederick.
know, right? So when we were setting up, I realized that Xander's wing was going to cover chat, but I had an ulterior motive. It looks very much like his wing is wrapped around my back.
I knew it, you sneaky bastard. I knew it. You were just trying to get some wing time. Oh.
Xander.
No.
Thank you so much. This has been lovely.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure, and I am eager to see what happens next.
I'm gonna have to pick out some more stories. Just off the top of my head, let me think.
Mhm.
How much Philip K. Dick have you read? Remind me.
I don't think I have. Let me do a quick Google search. Let me do a quick.
Because I'm
Because
a
I may have
big
had to read
fan
some
of-
in school.
I'm a big fan of Dick.
I'm sure you are.
I'm sure I'm the first person to have ever made that joke.
Let's see. No, we had it. No, never read it. My goodness.
Never. We'll have to pick out something
Wait,
good then.
wait.
Ooh,
No,
okay.
I couldn't have never.
Maybe we should read. Maybe
Okay,
we should
obviously
read...
Android's Dream of Electric Sheep. Obviously, I've read Android's Dream of Electric Sheep. Yes,
okay,
yes.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. The first time that he does the void conf test for the assistant is one of the most harrowing scenes in any book I've ever read. It is so, like, the tension is written so well. There's the ending. The ending is so good, where he pulls up his leather briefcase and puts it on the table and tells the subject to touch it. And he says, and she asks, what's it made of? And he says, baby hide. Pure baby hide. and she reacts, like, violently, but not quite correctly. And in that moment, up until that moment, every reaction had been perfectly human until that one moment of shock. The reaction of shock there was just a little bit wrong.
Oh. Oh, I'm down.
That is, Philip K. Dick is very good at humor and at suspense. And I think it would be fun next time you come on. I will save it for you. I will save the story.
Yes.
We can remember it for you wholesale. Have you ever heard of that story?
I am aware of the Asimov test, but
the void conf test, you mean?
Oh, not the the void conf test.
Yeah.
Sorry, we were on Asimov just then.
Okay.
I've heard of the void conf test.
It's okay.
Because of the fact, this is actually like such a confession. I used to listen to someone who would do an ASMR of the voice conf test to go to sleep.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Right? You'd be the subject of the void conf test, and that's what he would do. You can tell I have a dash of the nerd to me.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that about you. You know that.
Of course, of course.
The story We Can Remember It For You Wholesale is the short story that inspired Total Recall, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one with the guy inside the suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's like inside a woman.
It is. I believe so. I have not seen.
Like,
Total
it's like a
Recall,
person suit.
It's like
I've seen the movie.
Get your ass to Mars. It's it's an 80s action flick. It is the story of a man who goes to a who goes to a place that can implant memories of a vacation for him and convince him that he actually took the vacation. Way cheaper than actually taking a real vacation. And they spin together a whole story about how he was a secret agent. And turns out it maybe wasn't as fictitious as they thought it was. It is one of the weirdest, funniest stories that revolves around perception. Oh yeah, Zander, you might be thinking of A Scanner Darkly.
Oh.
A Scanner
maybe I
Darkly
am.
is one of my favorite novels of all time. To be fair.
Oh.
That in that
I
one
know
there are
that Total Recall has the lady with 3 boobs.
that yes.
Like, I feel like that's just you don't need to have seen or read anything to just know that
Right.
fact, though.
Misa, the one with the three shell method was oh dear, I don't remember. Shoot, chat will help. I'm sure the chat has the answer. Demolition Man. There you go. Philip K. Dick has inspired a number of weird movies. Minority Report. That movie I quite liked. That was from a novella, I believe. I've read it. I just can't remember if it's called classified as novella or whatever, a novelette. Very good, very good. Short story and also good movie. What else? Like a bunch of his were turned into movies. Scanner Darkly was.
I'm just looking at his little page now and seeing what I recognize.
Yeah, Not Potato. Philip K. Dick wrote the short story. Well, you know, the novella Minority Report, which was made into a movie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's long though. Longer. It's longer than a short story.
All right, so like a medium story.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they've got a list of film adaptations here for him.
Oh, okay.
So apparently, Blade Runner, Total Recall.
Yeah, of course, Blade Runner.
Confessions of Dan Barjo.
Have I read that one?
It's the source work is Confessions of a Crap Artist.
I might have read that. I don't know if it's any of my collections.
Paycheck, which is just a remake from the source work Paycheck. Next was taken from The Golden Man, Radio Free Abemuth.
Radio Free Albemuth, yeah.
Albemuth. The Adjustment Bureau, which was taken from The Adjustment Team. Oh, I've seen The Adjustment Bureau. That's the one with it's the one with the guy in the elevator. Yes, I know this one.
That I have not seen.
We'll have a movie night sometime, you and I. Well, I'll carry you off for a movie night. It's actually
That
a
sounds
decent
lovely.
movie.
Maybe we make that a Discord thing, right? And we have people come on and join us for it.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
Cute. We'll
To
have to
make
hash
it
out the mechanics, but
yeah. That is something that we could do. I like that idea. I know, like, the other person I want to read for you is J.G. Ballard. He also has written a bunch of stories that have been made into movies, like High Rise, most recently, I think. He wrote Crash. If you know about, do you know about Crash?
No, I don't know about Crash.
It's about people who make car crashes to get off. It's very weird and violent. Cronenberg made a movie about it.
What?
Fred really wants to show Dick and Ballard to Shut up. Oh my god. My chat's the worst. Never mind. I have the worst chat. I have the worst chat.
You got Fredrik trying to show me your dick and ballad.
God damn it.
There.
One of his stories, the one that I find the funniest, that I just like have to scream at the top of a mountain to everyone, is that the story Now Zero was the obvious inspiration for Death Note.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is so obvious when you read it. It is so obvious that was the inspiration. The only difference is that in the original short story, the main character isn't a high school student. He's an office worker stuck in a shitty like office job, desperately trying to climb the ranks of the company, and that's what he uses the Death Note for.
Oh, well, all I can say is turnabout is fair play. After all, look what the Hunger Games did to Battle Royale.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm trying to think, because, like, even before Battle Royale, there was, oh, shoot. I can't remember. Oh, damn it.
He's thinking.
I was thinking, well, yeah, I'm trying to think, right, that the engine won't turn over.
It's all good. You just got to turn it on a few times. See if it works.
I'll try. It's a little cold. Here, warm me up.
Warm it up.
Get over here.
Oh, you get over here.
Oh dear, we're doing the thing, aren't we? Where we just like talk about nerdy shit forever.
We're doing the thing. I think your chat's into it though.
I think they are.
I think
they like it
into
when I talk. Yeah, they like it when I talk nerdy to you.
Mm-hmm. They're enjoying watching.
Oh, make no mistake. We will spend forever talking. For example, we're gonna be starting a Total Warhammer campaign together, and I finally selected who I'm going to be. You know what? Hey, chat. 3 guesses as to what faction Zander chose. 3 guesses. I'll give you one. I'll give you one to get wrong, right? Like there's one other that would make a lot of sense, and if you said that one, you would almost be correct because Zander almost picked another. Deldar was what Zander almost picked. Dark Eldar. Yeah, you're seeing it, Slanesh.
Hey,
yeah.
There we go.
I learned that if I play Bellicor, I can teleport to Zander if we do a co-op campaign, because of course we're doing a co-op campaign. If I play as Bellicor, I can teleport to Zander right away.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to Maraud together.
As we take over the continent.
Life could be a dream.
I know. It's so great. I'm actually excited. It's like tomorrow? Yeah, it is tomorrow.
Yeah.
This week's flown by.
I know, right?
Right?
Oh, totally Valken. I actually love Tomb Kings. They're one of my favorite factions to play. I really like them. Okay, look.
I always forget the names of so many of the factions. And I think I called the Tomb Kings the Mummy Lords when you first showed them to me.
It was really funny.
It was cute. It's like, what are these? Like, they're the Mummy Lords.
Okay.
It's kind of the same.
I knew what you meant. Okay. I love the Tomb Kings, in particular for one unit they have. There is one unit that I just love. I love its price point. They brought it down to tier 3 now, I think. Tier 2. So it's really easy to get them. They are anti-infantry. They're not too expensive, but they're nice. They can bully people. They're fast. And also, I love how they look. The Ushabti. Look at these things.
Ooh.
I love them. They're constructs. I love them. They are statues.
Oh, they're burbs.
They're statues, and also they have different skulls. This one is a bird skull. This one is a crocodile skull. They have a few different skulls, but I love them. I just love them aesthetically. I love them mechanically. I love them in so many ways. They're fantastic, and you can also buff them up with necrotects. They're anti-infantry, so I can wade them into a front line with a bunch of infantry, or I can have them flank. They are so versatile and relatively cheap, and easy to get. Yeah. Oh, Sayako, thank you for the 20 months, and thank you for the bits, everyone who were prodding Mochi to speak. This has just been a lovely afternoon.
This has been phenomenal, honestly. This has just been absolutely phenomenal. I have loved this.
Oh, and I think that the owlets have quite enjoyed your presence as well. Owlets, what do we think? Assessment.
Yeah. Do I pass the owlet test?
I know he didn't bring you any mulch. I'll make sure that he does next time. Stay. Hoot uwu sniffer. Smells good to me, boss.
Aww.
Two dads.
Two dads.
Story time. I am so glad that I got to do this with you. Double the twink, stacked on top of one another.
The Owlet Council says gauge.
Who would be closest to the skeleton faction in the Great Tumbler Skeleton War? I don't know a ton about the Skeleton War, but just on its face, Tomb Kings probably, because they're all skeleton people. All of them. Anything that isn't a skeleton person is a construct that was sculpted and given and animated by skeletons. Who would be the fuckboy faction? Hear me out. Hear me out. It would not be Slaanesh. It would not be the Dark Eldar.
Interesting.
It would be the vampires.
All right. I can feel you. Say your piece, King.
Hear me out. They are simps for Nagash, who couldn't actually get Nagash's magic to work, and so they made their own gross version of it that's like wrong.
You tell them.
That's the lore of vampires. They all wish that they were Empire nobility, and so they ran off and raised a bunch of zombies and skeletons so they can pretend that they're nobility. Even though all of their castles are gross and dank, and they all are jealous of one another. They're like, the vampires are like, if the emos that you knew in high school were actually given magical power. So that is why the vampires are little fuckboy bitches.
I can believe that. I can work with that. I can work with that. I don't think you're wrong. I think that the Dark Elves, carry over from my native Warhammer.
Same thing.
It's the gods are the same, and some of the characters carry over. Okay, I feel like I need someone who is enough of a Warhammer nerd to explain to me why Kairos Fateweaver appears in both classic Warhammer and also 40k. I think he does anyway.
Well, Kairos, I believe it because Kairos went into the well of knowledge, right? Something that even Tzeentch himself refuses to do. And survived. So, reality? I don't know. What is that to Kairos? Right?
Right? Because I'm like, what? You're in both, and it's cool. it's cool. I like that. You know, I like that it's in both, but also I'm like, these can't be the same. These can't be the same universe. There's too much magical fuckery.
Oh, well, oh yeah, fun fact. In Total War Warhammer, since we're playing as the Chaos aligned factions, specifically, you know, the Warriors of Chaos, we will get access to soul grinders. Which
I know what those are.
Yeah, they are fallen demons who have given themselves over to a life of service, like to like 1,000 years of service, in order to manifest back onto the earth, onto the world faster. And their legs and their machinery that makes up their bottom half is suspiciously 40k. Like they got 40k spider legs.
Oh, the same as the I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Similar to the Mechanicus, a little bit. They kind of are
Mechanicus.
Reminiscent of the Mechanicus. Like, speaking of Mechanicus 2, Mechanicus 2 is coming out.
I'm hyped for Mechanicus 2, but Mechanicus 2 isn't actually my Warhammer love right now.
Yeah.
My 40k love is Rogue Trader.
Oh, how is that? I've seen that.
It's so good. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. I love Rogue Trader. I've almost finished the campaign. It's chonky. They had to do a lot of fixes. I can't defend how many fixes they needed to do. They need to do a lot of fixes. But now they've got them all in, and the game's running smoothly. It's a really nice RPG set in the Warhammer universe. The combat is nice. It's juicy. It's visceral. The choices actually matter in the story, which is great. I love that. You can walk the line a little bit. It's good. I am just such a fan of a well-written, choice-driven RPG, and I love it. That and the character creation with like the backstory and the moral dilemmas feel like genuine moral dilemmas, which I really like.
Nice. Yeah,
because I feel like you're in the same boat as me, where a lot of games fall into, well, player, you can pick two options here in front of you. You can pick the save everyone, happy fun day option, where you'll be a good person and maybe you'll lose out on 5 resources, but you'll be a good person and you'll be gifted 6 by the people you save, but we won't tell you that. Or big, sad, angry, sad time option, where you turn around and murder everyone and play with their intestines, and you'll be very, very bad, but you'll also get like 5 resources, but you'll be very, very naughty.
Yeah,
you know?
right. It's very silly. It's I'm glad that some games are actually bringing writers into the room. Finally.
Oh, yeah.
God Christ, please. By the way, hi Slubs. Hey Slush. How you doing? It's good to see you. Also, welcome in. There were a few new chatters I saw, like a Steel Pickaxe. And
I know
possibly
Steel.
some random...
He's one of mine. He's one of mine.
I see. and possibly some random guy and an Arcane. Welcome in, the lot of you. We are wrapping up. Gonna level with you. We just spent 4 hours reading, like nerding out, and then reading 2 very specific but very influential sci-fi stories. I really felt like they worked well as a double feature.
They do. They're very complementary, and I liked the sort of resonance between the two.
Yeah, it's 2 people with very different paradigms coming at the same problem. And like, in a lot of ways, Am and I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream were a refutation of Asimov's hopeful future. And this rebellion continued into the 70s and 80s and 90s and never stopped, right? William Gibson directly made fun of like while appreciating, also made fun of Hugo Gernsback, like specifically would reference them and be like, nah, we're beyond this. Like, this hope for the future is dead. There was something I wanted to tell you. Specifically, I remember marking this in my mind, and I am so glad that I remembered.
Oh.
I've been kind of interested in the Cybertruck and what has been roiling around it. And part of the reason, apparently, that the Cybertruck was designed in the way that it was because Elon Musk loves giving the anecdote of his son coming up to him and asking, why doesn't the future look like the future? Any person with knowledge of literature would have an answer, right? Like, because it's speculative, right? But Elon Musk has decided that the future should look like the future. And William Gibson wrote a story that I quite love, that I've been thinking about a lot recently. When I have a specific story on the mind, I'll reference it a ton, right? And I've been thinking a lot about the Gernsback continuum, where a person starts hallucinating a future that never was, full of chrome, full of airships that look like giant chrome boomerangs with a ton of propellers on the front that could never actually fly, and rockets and white people and cities that seem to defy gravity and white people and it's a future that never existed, but the person starts hallucinating it anyway, and he gets rid of these hallucinations by watching a lot of TV, right? Actually plugging into the modern discourse and modernity, right? Like seeing the world for what it actually has become. That is how you dispel these illusions. But Elon Musk is someone, it's like a person who is seeing the Gernsback continuum. He is seeing this future that never was and is saying, I'm going to force it into being. I'm going to ram it in. No matter what happens, I'm going to make the future look the way I think it's supposed to.
Right, he's going to just ram that future in.
White people happy.
I do think that the Cybertruck's really fucking ugly, though.
It's okay, so I think I'm kind of contrarian when I say, like, I actually kind of I like how it looks, but the core problem is that it only looks good from, like, 2 angles. From every other angle, I know that this has become the popular meme, but it does kind of look like a dumpster.
If something only looks good from 2 angles, Fredrik, it just doesn't look
good. I know.
It doesn't look good. Fredrik, everyone looks good when they hold their phone up high. It's when the phone's down low that makes the difference.
Yeah, you're right. You're completely correct. PS2, yeah. I was just wondering if you wanted to... What is it? I was just wondering if you wanted to come over and smoke some weed and drink and fill our bellies with diet soda and play Burnout Paradise for the PS2.
Oh. What?
It's Smiling Friends, the new Smiling Friends episode.
Oh, I need to catch up
one
on
of the new
Smiling
ones.
Friends.
God, that show is bananas, and I appreciate it. My best angle. I only ever used a dating app to try to date once, and I kind of became disillusioned after that. I used it for a short time to try to make friends, right? Because being a content creator is isolating, and I'm like, okay, I want some people IRL. turns out that unfortunately, the people who hang out on dating apps are often not people you want to hang out with. I did meet a couple cool people, but then I got recognized, and I was like, oh wait, nope, never mind. This isn't worth it. This was a long time ago. I should note, long time ago, like a million years ago. But I
that old.
The thing that really strikes me about everyone who uses dating apps, why does everyone always take pictures of themselves hiking and fishing?
Oh, it's a classic strategy. I don't think I've mentioned this to you, Fredrik, but I am somewhat of a dating app aficionado. I used to use them quite a fair bit. I knew the meta, and although I knew the meta, dating apps have a meta. Okay. The idea is, the ideal profile. I'm going to assume I'm going to separate them in two here. Male profiles and female profiles often are structured two very different ways. Okay. Guys have to try and look interesting within the first 3 slides of their profile. Okay.
Right.
Hiking, fishing, or some sort of physically exertive activity is always needing to be in slide 1, 2, or 3. Comfy selfie for the first one, an interest for the second one, right? Because you have to try and look interesting early on. And then usually you want to maybe throw in some sort of subtle thing that you own a vehicle or have some sort of mode of transport or some sort of other interest, right? Do that, or maybe a photo with friends to show you're not a loner. The idea is that you need to subtly signal that you do actually have a life. Right? That's kind of the guy meta for that, okay? The bio is what you need to focus on. The bio is what closes the deal. So I only had 4 pictures on my profile, 3 serious, 1 silly. And that was because I put, okay, this is me outing myself. I used to have on my profile, I would say, you could tag the photos. And then in the top of my bio, I put my 4th photo was a rainbow duck peering from the side of the screen. It was a plushie that I had that was like there, and I always put in brackets photos as of whatever date, and then I'd put in after that 4th photo is a duck pic, and the amount of times that worked, and I got like the swipe right.
Okay,
it worked.
clever.
Because they'd go there, they'd get the rainbow duck, they'd laugh, they'd get the duck pic.
Okay, that's clever. There's a part of me that hates that this is optimized, like that this can be optimized. This
you
is
keep
like
it brief
terrifying.
as well. Oh yeah, you keep it brief in the bio. You start off, okay, you don't fill out max bio lines. You say, hey, I'm da 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 da. Okay, you quickly say your job. You say something like that. You say recently moved here. Even if you haven't recently moved here, you've recently moved here. And
all right.
Then you turn around, say something about your job, but don't be so specific that you take the mystery out of it. Just keep the meta going, and just leave it there. Honestly, if you haven't done enough to sort of like get basic interest from whatever guys or girls are looking at you, then you're not going to do it by adding more.
There is a kind of horror to this.
To the meta.
To the meta. Like just even the concept of the meta. The concept that there is one. It's... how do I put... It is distressing that this is one of the only avenues we have.
Mm-hmm.
And that it can be optimized.
Oh, yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I say this not in a way that I like dating apps.
No,
I dislike them.
No, I recognize.
I stopped going on them years ago after,
No, I get it. I get you. I think I became very disillusioned very quickly when I recognized, oh, I could optimize, but like, do I really want to? I'm busy. I think that it reminds me a lot of how an artist also needs to learn to be a man. Like, they need to learn how to manage themselves. Ideally, you know, their art would be enough. You know, people could just look at their portfolio and be like, oh yeah, this is good. No, they also have to learn how to convince people. This has the same vibe to me of this shouldn't be necessary, but it is. And that's just how it is. And it's ugly, but it's here. And this is just the reality of the situation. Except this isn't even, it's not even for a profession. It's for just meeting people. Which sounds distressingly like Altera Society and Subnautica, you know?
You know,
remember that bit?
I did actually do a dating app experiment when I went to Japan.
Oh, really?
Yes. I wanted to see if my old profile would work when I went to Japan to record Crossing Fates. So I was there with the rest of the boys, and I set up my profile, and I was like, okay, let's see if this works, you know. And heck, I'd be down to meet some people in Japan. That would be chill.
Sure.
Maxed out likes in under an hour.
Oh my god.
Overall, yeah, the meta's the same everywhere. It's disturbing. The meta's still the same.
People are the same the world over. It
really taught me that.
There is both something comfortable and distressing about that fact.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I feel very fortunate that I don't have to worry about this anymore. Like, I have made, like, I have a wide enough network of friends at this point that I have met a lot of them. Like, I've learned that a lot of them live nearby enough to hang out, and it's like, oh sweet, I have friends, like, and I can just hang out in real life, and it's chill. I don't have to go through the rigmarole of, oh, I have to go and like put my best foot forward. Oh, how do I do this? Like, no, everyone streaming is like some level of socially awkward anyway, and like we get over that really quick, and it takes away. Ironically, it takes away a lot of the stress. But maybe that's just because of how I approach it. I have a lot of acquaintances.
Right.
And it means that I don't have to worry about the rigmarole, which is very lucky for me because I wouldn't do it either way. I abandoned it pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, I dropped dating apps rather quickly. Once you begin to be able to see through stuff like that, it's very blur. And fortunately, I'm in the position where I am surrounded by lots of lovely people. So I'm able to sort of do my thing. And I am infamous for touching grass, actually.
Horrifying.
I know. I'm going to a gallery opening this Saturday.
That's so cool. That actually sounds awesome.
Right?
Oh. Okay, my problem is that I love the idea of going to art museums with other people, and I've done it, right? Art museums, art shows. But the problem is I get too wrapped up in the art. Like, this happens consistently when I go to an art museum. I will be looking through, and then, you know, like, oh, that's interesting. Oh my, like, that's quite striking. And then I find one piece that's just, oh. And then I stand there for half an hour in a trance, just looking at it. I swear, I am the worst person to go to an art museum with because I will just drop everything. Like, I'll drop who I'm with and be like, no, hold on, I gotta stand here for 45 minutes.
That's fine. Do your thing. Stand there. I'll go help myself to the canapes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I can't be doing something that is cerebrally engaging unless I am doing that thing with another person. Right? Like, we can do Stellaris and Total Warhammer together because we're doing it together. We both
Right.
are focused on the same thing.
I mean, it's the equivalent. It's like you said earlier. It's the equivalent. It's the equivalent of two gentlemen sat by the fireplace playing chess as they
Playing a
sip
game of
good
chess.
whiskey.
I had a friend come on Tuesday and coach me in chess, and hopefully she comes back because I'm
Ooh.
still bad, but I'm improving. I've learned a
Nice.
lot. I want to get actually good. That's my goal.
Okay, I don't think I'm good at chess. I could beat one of my gen mates when we played on stream, but that's it.
Well, you know more than others. Like, I remember you telling me that, like, what openings you like to play.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
But
more than
I
a
had
lot
a
of people
chess
know.
phase. I had a chess phase with. I think I mentioned I used to play chess with my grandfather. A whole bunch when I was growing up.
I played when I was in elementary school and dropped it pretty quick because when I was young, I really wanted to be able to follow heuristics and just do well that way. I was a bit of a stubborn child. Now I'm a stubborn adult. But
Nice.
I got back into chess when I was doing the Deep Blue video. I started playing because when I was summarizing these games, yes, I could have just basically copied what Masters had said, but my whole shtick is taking complicated ideas and putting them into terms that people can understand. And how am I going to be able to do that with all the chess games I was to cover if I didn't understand the game at least on a basic level? So I started playing.
Right.
And
I think that chess teaches a lot of lessons that are usable throughout life.
Yeah,
For
that's true.
planning, forethought, reading other people, anticipating potential flaws, actions, and also correcting mistakes, as well as learning from prior ones.
Yeah, learning it teaches a lot of good life. I agree, a lot of good life lessons. It teaches time management is a big one. Time management in the sense of, like, is this worth my thought? Right? Like, is this worth my time? It teaches you how to trim away ideas that maybe you don't have the time to explore or aren't worth exploring. That's one of the hardest lessons I've had to learn in chess, is learning how to say, nah, this isn't going anywhere. This isn't worthwhile. And then go elsewhere.
I get that. I really get that. Actually, it was a few years ago, 2 years ago, I think. My uncle was visiting from the underworld, and he loves chess. It's a big kick, you know. And I remember just ending up in a whole. It was a knot on the left side of the board with, you know, the pawns and the bishops, and then the knights all sort of jammed in there. Nothing can really get moved without something else. And there was just that moment where I realized everything's so tied up here. If I just move and decide to abandon this, I can put him in checkmate in 2. If I just I can put him in checkmate in 3 if he doesn't realize that I'm just leaving this alone.
Right, like he's trying to untangle the knot and you're just like, nah, screw it.
I'm like, fuck it, you spend your time untangling. I'm going after the piece that matters.
Right. Recognizing that everything has an opportunity cost, I think, is one of the best lessons that a person can take away from chess. If you are moving one piece, you are not moving another piece. In the same way, in real life, we only have time. Humans can only really do one thing at a time. We are very limited in that way. And this is something common to most creatures. We can only do one thing at a time. It is a limitation of being a living thing. We can try to juggle many things, but in any given moment, We can only focus our efforts in one place. Sometimes it doesn't matter what order we do things in, but it's important that we're always doing something. And when we're not doing something, that should also be something. A waiting move is a move all the same. It is still an act. To do nothing is an active choice.
Yeah. Doing nothing is an active choice. Sometimes choosing to do nothing is the best choice. My question is, are we ever going to get a Fredrik versus Zander on stream moment with chess?
Ooh. Let me practice a little more and then, yeah.
I might have to practice a little more if you're practicing, because this might be one-sided if you end up practicing and I don't.
Let's do this. Okay. All right, you're on.
Okay. I hope you're ready.
Well, I'm not. That's why I'm preparing.
Well, that's the point. Well, yeah, I hope you're ready to practice for the future.
Oh, yes. Oh, man. Time is suddenly of the essence. All right. You're on.
Okay. Get your game on, Fredrik Knudsen.
Well, you know that when we play, we're going to have to keep a scoreboard on the side. Wins, losses, and draws.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I now have to practice. Out of curiosity, what's your chess rating, if you happen to know it?
On Lee Chess, which is the most recent, my rapid is like about 1600. So pretty, nothing to write home about.
True, but that's still more than decent. I mean, I've seen people who brag that they've got a 1400.
I feel like I'll be able to brag when I break 2K on Lee Chess.
I don't often use Lee Chess. I normally sit on chess.com.
For reference, if you want a basic comparison, a napkin math, Lee Chess ratings are usually about 400 points higher than chess.com ratings. So on chess.com, I'm about 1200.
Okay. I hear you.
Nothing.
I'm gonna have to start practicing tonight.
God, me too. I know exactly what I need to do.
Oh, okay. You're
my
on.
chess coach encouraged me to play 3 minutes. So I'm like 3-minute blitz games. So that's what I'm gonna do.
I'm very slow when I play. How dare you?
Well, my problem that I've found when I play chess is that when I took over a year off from playing, but I would still intermittently do puzzles. And my puzzle rating shot up very high. My puzzle rating is like much higher than my actual playing rating because I would take a long time to do the puzzles.
Right.
And it put me in the bad habit of looking way too deep down every line. Because in puzzles, you have to find the best moves, not necessarily moves that you can find within a reasonable time frame. And so, rather than looking more shallow, I would look way too deep and burn way too much time. That is still my problem, and I need to beat that out of me. Because my positional assessments are quite good when I am not looking too deep. When I am playing more, instinctually, when I'm just looking at the threats and the 1-move ideas and the 2-move ideas, my moves are solid.
Playing fast and loose.
Yeah, I need to let myself do that. That's what I'm gonna train in.
Right. Okay. Game on then. Game on.
Yeah. You need to understand.
How this unfurls.
However, Zander, you need to understand something. I don't take half measures.
Oh, fucking hell. Why'd I get stuck with the crazy owl? Why do you have to? I'm not used to. You're so much more fucking relaxed.
Hmm. I don't know how to do things halfway.
I see. I should go start practicing.
I think that we both should. Okay, but for real, what I'm actually going to do is there's a stream thing I need to do. And also, let me think. I also need to write script. But I'll make sure I take time to practice chess today.
No, you're very busy. I don't think you should. I think you should focus on your responsibilities right now.
I have some script writing. I got some. No, it's not script writing. I need to listen through my interviews that I've done and pull out the quotes that I want to use.
That's very time-consuming. It's
yeah,
very
it is.
time-consuming.
But
yeah.
I can find half an hour, 45 minutes to play.
I don't. Yeah, maybe just half an hour. That might be best. Just take it easy.
Xander, thank you so much for coming on. This has been.
Thank you for inviting me.
This has been an utter pleasure. The first story, the story you came originally for was perhaps less than pleasant, but the experience as a whole is very pleasant.
For sure. This has just been absolutely phenomenal. I have had a wonderful time. Absolutely wonderful. Getting to read stories with you has been great, and honestly, I'd love to do it again.
Please. I think my viewership wants you back.
Oh, well.
I think my
Is this the bit where I have to where I shamelessly plug myself?
Absolutely, yeah. So we have Xander's stuff pinned at the very top. Xander streams over on YouTube. I'm looking to also stream on YouTube a bit, but that's gonna take a little bit of finagling. There's a little bit that we need to do to prepare.
Yes, but I am Zander Netherbrand over on YouTube. I'm part of First Stage Productions. I stream horror games and I do ASMR, and I also just do fun little cozy things. Pretty much I do cozy stuff, some just chatting. I try and just do a little bit of all the stuff that interests me. And yes, it's fun. If you want to have a cozy time, I run a club. It's really demon themed. And of course, my mascot's these little netherlings on my shoulder. So if you're up for it, swing on by. I'd love to have a few of the owlets come by and say hi.
I encourage you to. Everyone, thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you, to have all of your netherlings, and of course, all of my owlets here today. I will see you all
Until
soon.
the next.
In the meantime, I need to find someone toward which I should throw my owlets. Oh. Mary's, let's see, okay, yeah, Mary is streaming. So yes, we absolutely go and bother Mary. Hold on, Mary's not going to be closing up shop soon, is he?
I don't know. I'm so used to seeing Mary stream for like 18 hours at a time.
Yeah,
because
right?
Because
of the subathon. Jesus. Okay, he's only about 3 hours in. So
he'll
got
at least
have
another
some
hour
stream
in him.
left. Yeah. There are a
he's
few
playing
other
Sekiro.
people as well. Yeah.
Oh, he's playing Sekiro. He'll get stuck in a spiral with that and won't leave. I know, Mary.
Yeah, you're completely correct. If you choose to go elsewhere, you have my blessing. A few people that I'll point out as well if you don't want to follow the raid. Teru is streaming. I need to bother Teru again. Hackerling is doing some achievement hunting in Outer Wilds if you have already played and aren't worried about spoilers. Lucky Bun is playing. What's she doing? Konami tortures me live by announcing. Okay, she's watching they're watching the state of play as well. Starboy Blue is streaming. There are lots of people. Ren Rabbit is streaming Solaris right now. Carl is playing Little Gator Game. So lots of possibilities today. Giga is streaming too. And Nyanner is back. Also watching the state of play. So lots of opportunities. Lots of places to go. But I am going to be sending all of you to Mary. To everyone who came in from Zander's stream, all you Netherlings, thank you. Thank you for giving this funny little corner a chance. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I'll be seeing all of you one way or another, hopefully, soon. And Zander, I'll see you soon.
Of course. See you soon, Owlets. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll get dragged back here sometime, and if not, then I'll certainly drag Fredrik to me.
Everyone finds their way back here. Somehow. Sometime. Don't worry. Goodbye.
Goodbye.